не іде.
Dear colleagues, good morning. We are very happy to welcome you to the second day of our international conference, Smart Specialization for Ukrainian regions. Thank you for joining us on the second day. Yesterday we spoke a lot about the coordination at the ministerial level, about institutional support of smart specialization at the central executive level. And you can watch our streaming on the page of the Ukrainian Institute of International Politics on Facebook. We also thank you a lot for your questions and your comments and remarks which you left there. And we still have very heated and hot debates. And we're very happy to see that so early on and you are beginning to discuss as three topics so early on from the standpoint of your experience. Today, in the first session, we will be talking about the elaboration of smart specialization in Ukrainian regions. We'll talk about Lviv region, Rivne region, Donetsk region. Also, we will have representatives from our neighboring countries of Georgia and Moldova that will share about the experiences of their countries in the area of smart specialization for us to see if we are at the proper level, if we have covered at least the middle ground in terms of the process of entrepreneurial discovery. And also we will have an opportunity to swap and exchange our experiences. We will be working in the same format as yesterday. Please leave your comments under the streaming facility and leave your questions there, and we will definitely ask our panelists your questions. And I would like to introduce you, to give the floor to our first speaker, Ms. Vadim Tabakera, Head of the Strategic Planning Department of the Economic Policy Department, Lviv Regional State Administration. Thanks a lot for coming round at this time, which is not so easy. And we know that your regional state administration is still implementing. And we know that the quarantine has changed a lot in your strategies and policies, and still there are a lot of things to share with regard to the experience of 2019 and 2020. So, Mr. Vadim, the floor is yours. Thank you, Nadia. I'm very happy to be here with you. And I would like to thank the Institute of International Politics, because at all of the stages of implementation and developing of our strategy, you have been helping us. And I would like to start by saying that basically, the process of S3 strategy in Lviv region as well as in other regions has been taking place along with the devising of the strategies. For S3, I have got my own presentation to share with you, which is to tell you about our S3 strategying process, about the hardships that we had to cover, and what ways of improvement we see and envisage for this process. And I'd like to start by saying that if we can please have the presentation on the screen, over the year 2019, together with the Ministry of Economic Policy and the Ministry of Regional Development, we launched the process of smart specialization, strategizing. And a lot of institutions stood by us, including the Institute of International Policy. And we made this together on the basis of smart specialization principles. And when we commenced this principle and with this process, even at the stage of organizing working groups, organizing the organizational committee, steering committee, we needed to have the representatives of businesses, and we informed also the representatives of the scientific community and the general public and business associations and clusters in particular. All of their opinions were taken into consideration. We had 30 meetings within 15 area working groups, which allowed us to analyze for every area and field the main principles, basic challenges and possibility of developments. And then we identified the priority for smart specialization. Based on that, we also had focus groups that we conducted where we analyzed in detail the state of innovative development of the whole region. We analyzed the priority economic activities, which at the time seemed to be appropriate for smart specialization, bioeconomics, medical, tourism, it's the production of added value products, creative industries. Further on, we tried to discuss all of these things together with the representatives of the scientific community and the Institute of Regional Development at the National Academy of Sciences, got engaged in this process of strategizing not only in the Lviv region, but for other regions likewise. And they helped to show us some of the alternatives and possibilities to investigate further on what smart specialization had to propose to us. And we would like to thank them for that. Next, all of our developments that had been prepared as part of the socioeconomic analysis, which you will see on the next slide. All of these developments were presented to be discussed by the regional working groups because the territories also had to be involved in strategizing process. And people had an opportunity to hear about the results, outcomes of our analysis. They were supposed to present their conclusions, and when we, together with these regional groups, went into and across the full board of Lviv region, it was possible still to introduce some corrections and remedial actions. We were able to alter some of our operational purposes, and it really was helpful. And after the socioeconomic analysis was finalized, there was a need to study in greater detail some innovative activities with a high value-added potential. And in that respect, the Institute of International Politics helped us. In April 2019, we launched the process of discussing S3, and I remember back in Lviv, we convened a first group on S3, which showed to all of us that smart specialization is actually something very different from what we imagined. It was something slightly different, so we adapted and modified our working process in order to involve more representatives of the business community and to have it on a par with the representatives of the scientific and academic communities. And in summer that same year, tentatively speaking, the Ministry of Economic Development provided us with the basis of comparative statistics of all of the regions for us to see all of the kinds of economic activities and their results. Therefore, we were able to conduct qualitative mapping for socioeconomic development. We analyzed this mapping, and we saw that in certain places information was lacking about the kinds of economic activities which we thought were a priority for Lviv. This IT sector in particular, because the statistical information did not reflect the fullness of the development of those activities. That's why we went for alternative information and data, and we began to identify in more detail IT cluster workings and activities, and we wanted to identify the trends in the development of this cluster. And we saw the characteristics of its development, and we saw the number of IT specialists, how this IT cluster affected related industries. And the methodology also explained to us how different companies got into the selection, and IT specialists, what they specialized in. That was exactly what we wanted, and we managed to modify our research via the statistics, and we went into alternative studies and launched some online surveys for business representatives as for the priorities of economic development for the next 7 years. And these results, respectively, were taken into account, and we tried to collate the statistics with what the business environment and experts had to think. Next slide shows you the results of our mapping exercise, which we conducted together with the Ministry of Trade and Economic Development. And after we had analyzed all of the activities of the characteristic of our industries, we saw that only 8% of employment looked the following way. This is what our table looked like after we finished mapping, and the kinds of economic activities which were of both economic and innovative potential demonstrated very high potential for growth. And as I said, they only comprise 8% of the regional economy. And it was very difficult in the steering committee and in the working groups to champion the opinion that only 8% of the economy was our potential, and we wanted to invest a lot of funding of the regional administration and support these kinds of economic activities. And the arguments to support and to back up that would definitely had to be substantial. After having finished the mapping, we began to investigate in more detail different enterprises which were involved in these activities, to see the prospects that they had ahead of them, what investments and manufacturing innovations, marketing innovations they had available, as well as challenges that they faced with in order to go on the international arena. So basically, our smart specialization would have to support those fields of the economy that refer to industry with higher added value. And the next slide shows what we had with regard to creative industries and bioeconomy. So creative industries take up, because we had a separate sampling for the kinds of industrial activities that the Cabinet of Ministers approved to be creative industries. And we saw that about 4% of employment in our regional economy fell into creative industries. And the dynamics in creative industries in terms of salaries really varies, because there are very different kinds of economic activities. IT programming is one kind of higher salaries. If we talk about art, production or manufacture of jewelry, or costume jewelry, or provision of informational services and audio and video content, we saw that the salaries were a bit lower. But we still are aware of the fact that these fields present a lot of potential for growth, and because a lot of it still remains in shadows, we cannot see properly their full potential for growth. And that was something that we tried to take into account, because the statistics bears witness to the fact that 6 billion Ukrainian hryvnias of income, it's the general revenue that falls into the share of creative industries. After we had analyzed IT research prepared by the cluster, for the IT cluster rather, we saw that our IT cluster at the time, if I'm not mistaken, it consisted of 316 companies in the IT area. As of today, it's 461 companies and enterprises. And we saw that it was represented by 25,000 specialists employed in the sectors enjoying very high salaries. Sometimes salaries are between $1,000 to $2,000 American dollars. So these are very high indicators to say that this industry has a very powerful impact on other relevant activities. So we thought that it was possible to create also some of the relevant activities related to IT, medical treatment, real estate, entertainment services, and informational services that most of the time works with IT. We also saw that there were high indicators of growth demonstrated by IT, which allowed us once again to back up our supposition and to include it into our strategy. And of course, we were able to use it as we spoke to the representatives of scientific community, and we didn't have any reservations. And the conclusions of the expert community, as a result of the survey conducted in 2019 and covered more than half of expert academic and scientific as well as business sectors, allowed us to find out some of the interesting points on smart specialization development, which we can see from the next slide. It showed to us that IT sector, our bioeconomy, they are part of smart specialization of Lviv region. Besides, the survey also demonstrated that representatives of business and academic communities saw the following factors of economic development. We may call them more traditional ones, like geographical location, human resources, logistics potential. Along with that, they also identified scientific potential as a factor for the further economic growth of our region. And they also identified that the availability of regional programs to support the development of local business was a positive boon that enables us to further develop the economy and business in the region. And then business representatives suggested that in the next 7 years, we engage ourselves in the development of road infrastructure, healthcare, public transportation, ecology, as well as the development of tourism and enterprising. We took all of this on board. And as a result of our SWOT analysis, in order to make it more substantiated and to be more practical rather than theoretical and more inclusive with regard to the opinion of experts, we also saw some other factors that influence the development of our regional economy. And we also included some parts that related to the innovative development of our region. Next slide, please. 45% of our respondents polled confirmed the opinion that the priority for the economic development of the region for the next planned period should be production industries with high added value, which includes manufacturing industry, machine building, textile production, and pharmaceutical industry. Besides, bioeconomy, it garnered 45% of the support of the respondents. Education was supported by the third of our respondents because they thought it is a priority of the regional development in their opinion. Next slide, please. Talking about bioeconomy and its potential and the sampling we had for it, the experts said that the positive impact of the related activities is something that can be observed, and 2/3 of the polled said that that was the area and the industries included in bioeconomy are the ones that require the greatest support of innovations. And the conclusion reached was that bioeconomy really poses all potential to become the next smart specialization for our region. We also compared the priorities of the economic development with the available problems of social, environmental, and other character, because our smart specialization has to be shaped in the way that the development of economy should foster the settlement of some other economic and environmental problems.
We could see that as for the environmental developments, we can see the biggest issues with hard waste, with solid waste, with the water cleansing and situation connected with that. And also we have the problem in the development of industry, including processing industry, which often uses obsolete technologies. And that was also mentioned by the experts. You've got 3 minutes left. So we tried to take that into account. The next slide, please. This is the structure of strategic development goals until 2027, which were developed by the working group with the involvement of the business. One of the strategic goals was developed according to the principles of smart specialization. That is the economy on the basis of S3. And the next slide, you can see the structure of the strategic goal, which in its turn includes 4 operational aims. One of them is stimulation of innovative types of economic activity with high value added, and also it could be the development of investment attractiveness, then the energy self-sufficiency and scientific and technological development. The next slide, please. So here, this is the structure of the priority types of economic activities which are grouped by different trends which have the perspective to become smart specialization in Lviv region, where you will be able to see that this outcome of the mapping of the research of the expert community and the survey among businesses allowed us to shape such a structure of a smart specialization, which further on will be supported at the regional level during the development of the region-targeted programs, which would provide microloans for certain types of economic activities which have the biggest significance for the region. Considering this tree, we will support our branches. As for the plan of actions, which we have already developed in 2020 with the scientific and business community, I need to emphasize that 5 projects of bioeconomy and industry with high added value were included into the actions plan. 2 projects were taken from the creative industries and 4 projects from medical tourism. And the next slide shows that the biggest priorities for the development of bioeconomy was the project on the creation of the regional biomass exchange, and also the center of the to support the development of the bioeconomy in Lviv region, and also we have the heat and organic waste electricity production, and we can see them in the applications for the State Fund of Regional Development. We have those projects prepared for the support of the European Union. Those are high-quality projects, which I do hope will find support and will be funded in 2021. And considering this positive experience, we will incentivize the local self-governance authorities of Lviv region to form, together with the business, the high-quality development projects. And also we have creative industries which were involved and in the process, in comparison with all the rest, in the best way possible, going on the development of smart specialization. We've prepared a nice project on the development of infrastructure of an innovative park. We founded, in the end of 2019, the technological lab, and also during the last year we founded the scientific park at Lviv Polytechnic Institute. So, as of today, we have had the Forum of Entrepreneurs and Innovators of Lviv region conducted according to the principles of EDP process, where we invited the representatives of the banking sector, the representatives of business, science, and in fact, the coordinators of smart specialization implementation, whom we defined at the level of the region state administrations to be responsible for the development of certain smart specializations. So as of today, we are now at the stage when certain ways and trends of smart specialization have an opportunity to further to develop the roadmap further on and to form the package of the projects on the development of certain branches. We are working on that in 2020. The lockdown, of course, slowed down this process a bit, didn't let us to make it more dynamic, but we will go on with that in 2021, and we are hoping that this work will have an outcome of certain projects, the transformation of knowledge and technologies into money, and the proper constructive platform for the cooperation of business, power, authorities, and science. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Vadim. That was really a very interesting result and outcome, because really for about a year and a half ago, we began this process in Lviv region. That was April 2019, as you mentioned. So in spite of the lockdown, we have a very nice picture. Of course, we do understand there's room for improvement, but still, whether we are in the middle of our way, maybe we are not still, but we are close to the middle of the way, because we have rather interesting results here. Now I'd like to give the floor to Khmelnytsky region, because in Zoom we've got our colleague Olena Rudkovska, Deputy Director of the Regional Development Agency of Khmelnytsky region. Ms. Olena, do you hear us? Are you with us? Yes. Good day, and we hear you. Good day, we are happy to welcome you. Khmelnytsky region is one of the success cases where the Regional Development Agency, together with the regional state administration, took such a huge responsibility to support the process of smart specialization. So please, Ms. Olena, the floor is yours. We are giving you 10 minutes for the speech, for you to tell your steps and stages in Khmelnytsky region, what you achieved, which results and outcomes, and maybe the best practices of what you have achieved and what you'd like to share with other regions of Ukraine who are listening to us now. Thank you. Good day, everyone. So I will begin with the following. The work on the definition of the priorities of smart specialization has begun in our region in 2019. Then we've developed the strategy of the regional development of Khmelnytsky region, and we were trying to launch and to found and to implement this process of the definition of smart specialization. So, our economy department of Khmelnytsky region state administration has conducted the quantitative analysis of the economic potential of Khmelnytsky region, and we've analyzed the employment, the average salary indicator, the innovative potential in 2014, and since 2014 till 2016. As a conclusion, we've defined 6 types of economic activities with the highest innovative potential. Those are the types of economic activities like manufacturing of food products, manufacturing of textile products, the manufacturing of metal reservoirs and containers, the production of tools and equipment for measuring, the manufacturing of furnishing, and also the supply of steam and hot water. And separately, we've created certain working groups on the definition of smart specialization. We've conducted several meetings, and taking into account those indicators of competitiveness, we've defined certain sectors of smart specialization, that is food industry, light industry, machine building, and metal processing, which include those 3 biggest sectors. We have conducted we are working on the light industry now, and last year we've conducted the meetings of the working groups. Then we didn't have the proper methodology developed, so we've done that according to our own consideration. These participants were not that numerous, but still we were trying to provide SWOT analysis in each of the sectors and to define certain strategic and operational goals. For instance, if we are speaking about light industry, then as the strategic goal, we've defined the manufacturing of the brand attire, including the using of certain textiles. The operational aim is the development of local brands, the development and creation of the designers community, and also the manufacturing of the clothes and attire using the eco textiles. This year, we are beginning the work on the methodology development. We needed to base upon a certain methodology finally, and we've conducted certain trainings. We've defined the coordinators of each of the spheres. We've conducted the trainings for the coordinators, but unfortunately, the situation in Ukraine adjusted us a bit, so we needed to suspend this process. Separately, we've approved the roadmap on light industry, as we wanted to move stage by stage, incrementally, beginning with the light industry and then including food products and other industries. What else I'd like to mention out of our achievements? Definitely, the priorities of the selected spheres were included into the strategy and approved where we need to find the priorities of smart specialization. They were included into the implementation plan of the strategy, and this year the State Fund of Regional Development has defined one of the terms of reference. This is the increase of competitiveness of the manufacturers of light industry in Khmelnytsky region. This project was prepared within our work on smart specialization. We've prepared a certain project, or to be more precise, we prepared two projects, one of them for the State Fund of Regional Development, the other for the program of sectoral and budget support. In those projects, we've mentioned the work on the definition of the priorities of smart specialization according to the methodology of the meetings of the working groups, focus groups, and so on. We would try to mention that in certain projects for the next year, 2021, this process to be restored and to conduct it according to methodology with the accordance to certain recommendations, and for it to be properly applied for the results and outcomes to be efficient. What we'd like to drive your attention to, what we are working now on, that still we should try to engage and to take into consideration the interests of the region, of the districts of the region. As if when we speak about light industry, of course we have the concentration of the manufacturing facilities in Khmelnytsky city, but we are developing certain communication strategies with the producers, manufacturers, the players in the industry, not only in the city but in the region of Khmelnytsky. I think we need to pay more attention to that for this process to become proper and more efficient. We should also involve our districts of the region, amalgamated territorial communities, and so on. And also, what we need to do, we need to register at the platform. We've launched this process already of the registration at the platform. So, the plans Well, there are so many plans for the next year. We'd like to make it in a systematic way, simultaneously in all of the branches. I do hope that we will be able to select certain priorities for the food industry, for machine building, to find proper coordinators, and a complication or a challenge is to involve business community and scientific and academic circles into this process. We need to communicate with them properly, to organize the quota, to provide the tasks and the targets we are appointing in front of ourselves for this process to be efficient and the cooperation and communication to be efficient as well for us to achieve the goals which we appoint for ourselves. And in the end of the day, to achieve nice projects implemented. And also, I want to say that within our projects, when we created certain project applications, we are not working only on the development of the priorities of smart specialization. We also noted down the creation of the project office, which will deal with the implementation of the plans of our developments of the strategy which we will develop. This will be the creation of different project applications, and also we allocated money for the development of terms of references and due diligence, which we prepare to have the more sustainable result, not just to develop the strategy, not just to define the priority and to develop certain strategy, but for this work to go on, to be continuous and to have certain results. So altogether, that's it from me. Thank you. Thank you so much, Elena. The only thing I'd like to ask you instantly, the project office is at the Agency of Regional Development at the Region State Administration. What's the structure you've just mentioned and planning to implement? Yes, it's based upon the Agency of Regional Development because we are working in this direction already. And the project was applied from the agency, so I think it would be a kind of, well, the improvement of our institutional capacities. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would ask you to stay in touch with us because we'll have a Q&A session after all of the speeches of all of our colleagues. So now we're coming to Donetsk region, to Ms. Daria Snopenko, Deputy Head of the Department for the Economy of Donetsk Regional State Administration. Daria, are you with us? Yes, hello, do you hear me? Hello, we're so happy to see you and to hear you. Donetsk region, in fact, is also actively taking part in the process. They've got lots of developments about the involvement of the business in the achievement and development of their priorities. So I think Daria has something to tell us about. Please, Daria, you've got 7 minutes. Thank you. Yes, I'll try to show my short presentation to approve and to my words. Do you see it now? Just a moment. Maybe you don't. So far, no. And now? I think that now, yes, now we can see it. Okay, perfect. Well, I won't tell for too long that we've begun the development of our strategy. Could you show it with a full screen, please? The strategy of smart specialization. So we began to develop the strategy of the development of Donetsk region in 2012, and then we began to search for those possible opportunities which we could define in smart specialization. So undoubtedly, any document has to begin with the analysis, with qualitative analysis. So we tried to assess the situation with the economy in the region, and these output entry points we need to base upon, and our region has certain peculiarities in this context.
And naturally, the first thing that needs to be pointed out in this respect is the high level of industrialization, because we fall back, first of all, on our local industry, which is the main industry that provides employment for our population. We have more than 3,000 manufacturing facilities and more than 65% of all of the manufactured production, more than 90% of our exports, and the greatest share of all of our exports come from manufacturing industry. And the specificity of our industries lies in the fact that it is a very traditional structure. And sometimes they refer to us as an all-industry area, because almost 80% of all production sold is ensured by metallurgy, mining industry, and energy generation. And we understand such structure of our economy is a kind of a challenge, and it requires a lot of innovations from us, which is why building the model for the transformation of our economy became a starting point for us to start thinking about what smart specialization was all about. And among the peculiarities that we need to take into account is dense concentration of big business, which is very hard and reluctant to be involved in identifying smart specialization and systemic work, because small businesses are more agile, they're more change-oriented, and working with big businesses in this respect really poses a difficulty. And it's also necessary to point out that there are some military actions which also run across some part of our territory. Therefore, a lot of industrial links and manufacturer links, as well as logistics link, have been lost. A lot of our scientific potential also has been lost. So these things, in a certain way, to a certain extent, complicate the task we are faced with in order to understand what effective and efficient smart specialization is for our region. And something that we are working on at the moment in terms of strategy is how to reduce the load on our environment, because we have such a dense concentration of industrial manufacturing facilities which are not environmentally friendly. That's the issue for us to take into consideration. So when we were devising our strategy, the first strategic goal that we set for ourselves was the issues of economic character. And as I said, it was shaping a new model of economy, more competitive one. And this slide presents some points which are already reflected and set out in the working document. From our standpoint, the key elements. The first area is the support of scientific and innovation potential. Here we did not include smart specialization, and because this work is still going on, and we hope that respective changes and amendments are going to be introduced to this document in the nearest future. But what is of the main principle is that smart specialization is something that we are thinking of. It's related to the issues of current education. It's necessary to expand our current scientific potential, part of which has already been lost. The necessity to improve our transportation infrastructure, because roads are commonly referred to as arteries for the life and movement and for businesses to continue working efficiently. And something which is also to do with our structure is putting emphasis on the development of small and medium enterprises so that they continue to be an economic driver. So what regards our smart specialization for Donetsk region, machine building. or mechanical engineering. There was a time when we began to work on that together with other regions, and we were very happy to participate and collaborate with representatives of our regions when we calculated every single digit and number, and we were able to compute not only the general regional potential, and we also compared it with all of our capacities, and then we came up with two domains which are pretty traditional for us. It's, once again, as I said, mechanical engineering for machinery, and another is, if we talk about machine building and machine engineering, once again, the critical mass in comparison to the rest of the country, in our region, it's 8% of all of the machinery manufactured, and the equipment for metallurgy, it's something that up to 80% for the whole needs and wants of the country is provided for, once again, our region. If we talk about pottery and ceramics, wares, we make up for about 40% of the national production in this respect, so we do have some scientific potential, and according to analysis, we have the potential for innovation implementation. When we presented these results, we had some questions posed. If Donetsk region can deny and reject and refuse from industrial potential objectively looking, we are very well aware of the fact that it's probably impossible to do at the moment, but our task was to identify such fields of industrial specialization which are more innovation-oriented, which provide for possibilities to involve SMEs into these spheres of economic activities. And when we also communicated with the general public, business representatives, scientific communities, when we conducted focus groups, just like other representatives of their regions told us the same when they were working on their strategizing process through 2027, we came up with two trends, two areas which are of current importance and of great potential, something that we can work on. First of all, it's the development of IT sector. We worked with a foreign expert who came to work with us last year, Ramorius, and our people can elaborate on their local potential, intellectual abilities, and one of the sectors of activities is called Donetsk Region Creative, and this is for us to harness IT sector. And the representatives of IT sector talked to us and said that they're ready to collaborate with us in order to support some of the main areas of specialization. They're extremely important, very active. They begin to shape different clusters. We have two clusters in the north and in the south territories of our region, and this is something that we place a lot of emphasis on. And another point is to settle environmental problems. It's something which is the request of the public, and from the theory of smart specialization, we remember that the public, the general public, and its requests, it's of key importance. So for us, resolving economic ecological, environmental issues is another concern. Using various innovative approaches that can be applied to reduce the load on the environment, so different green technologies connected with circular economy. Now a few words to say about what we have already done in order to develop the smart specialization, what has been done. So we made some systematic work. We conducted qualitative assessment with the help of JRC experts. We were part of the 12 piloted regions, and we identified preliminary identified the areas of S3. We also proved the strategy for the development of the Donetsk region for the period through 2027. We also obtained organizational support from the Ukrainian Institute of International Politics. It supports all regions with regard to S3. But our collaboration with them is more formalized because we have a collaboration in one of the projects which enjoys the financial support from USAID. And we began to work on implementing the process of entrepreneurial discovery. It's been done over the recent time. We identified the coordinators of our main areas of work for the two sectors which were identified in the previous slide. And now we're working with these coordinators in order to shape the working groups that will be involved in the process of entrepreneurial discovery. Given the situation with the pandemic, they will begin their work only next year. And another important thing we have done so far, we also conducted an online survey. We are convinced that in order to ensure constructive dialogue as part of the process of entrepreneurial discovery, it has to be done on voluntary basis. People have to understand why they're doing this. They have to take part in this work systemically. That's why we had this online appeal with everyone who was interested in the selected areas of specialization, and we invited them to collaborate with us. And I have to admit that we did get some feedback. In addition to the people who worked with us last year, some others came on board. And now we are including them in our task forces, working groups, and I hope that starting with next year, we will engage in some really constructive work. And besides, we also have conducted a workshop delivered by the Institute of the International Politics, a workshop for coordinators, where we talked in more detail about our roadmap for the next actions to be undertaken. We spoke more at length about our methodology, about how to involve the representatives of scientific and business communities. It was a really complicated discussion because some kinds of businesses have their own benefits, advantages, bottlenecks, which are not always directly to do with S3. However, we were happy to get through to all of the participants in this process, and they are basically ready to start their collaboration with us next year. So the task that we set for ourselves within the project that we're working on, the expectation is that in June 2021, it will be finished. And a lot of hard work is still ahead of us because the active stage of the process of entrepreneurial discovery is set to take place in January next year. We will have cross-sectoral meetings, workshops, and we are tasked with the fact that by June 2021, we have to arrive at a final variant of the Smart Specialization strategy, and we hope that some amendments will have to be introduced, and this will also become part of the strategy for the whole region, which has already been approved for the year 2027, and this is where we are most active in. The topic of our panel is dedicated to the challenges, and the challenges that we have been faced with due to implementing our work is to make sure that our work really runs fruitfully. So the first thing to ensure is definitely to make sure that the clear, well, there has to be a steering group, there have to be designated leaders of working groups, and they have to work on a systemic basis. All of the compositions of these groups have already been confirmed and approved by the head and the deputy head of the state regional administration. And this group involves the most powerful academia located in our region, businesses which also relate to the priority areas of specialization of the general public, and executive authorities. And we hope that we have some fundamental developments. This working group will definitely become a source to further formalize the results and resources. The next thing, just as our recent efforts have showed, sometimes it's really difficult to involve coordinators based on the areas of work, the ones that would be ready to work systemically, consistently, would be ready to do it sometimes free of charge, because they are fully aware of the advantages and the benefits of smart specialization. And we believe that such coordinators should not be the representatives of executive authorities, but some independent figures desirably from the business community, and we were able to find such one for one of the areas of effective work to be undertaken. This coordinator is in close touch with the representatives of the business community. He engages other people in the work of the working group that is going to start their work next year. He also has good connections with the academia, and I believe this is a really important factor. For another area of our work, our coordinator is less active. There are only 3 minutes left, and therefore it's harder for us to organize the work in that area. Concerning the involvement of the representatives of business and science communities, business definitely values its time. Business representatives value their resources. They know how their time should be spent and employed, and therefore it will be complicated for us to work with them in the process of entrepreneurial discovery, especially now, because the majority of entrepreneurs say to us that under the current circumstances, given the quarantine limitations and constraints, they have to invest more of their time and efforts into their own business activities. Therefore, due to the efforts of our coordinators, can this work go on? Because they're capable of convincing these people on the basis of their own previous background. Sometimes they can convince these people to join efforts with us. With regard to scientific community, a lot of scientific and research facilities have been lost, and we have to make contacts with some other scientific facilities which are physically present in the territories of other regions. Some of them demonstrate their readiness to do so, others are unwilling to do so. That's something that also needs to be taken into account. Next point, it's the support to be enjoyed as we implement the documents to be elaborated in the end, I hope. For a long time, we have already been hearing about the State Fund of Regional Development, and 30% of its resources should be allocated towards development of economies. But we also have to understand how this financing and budgeting is done, because for the implementation of innovative projects, nobody is going to allocate any of the budgeting of that fund. And what we can do at most is to develop a certain infrastructure to support businesses, and maybe some of the projects that, once again, the state fund is unwilling to support. So the lack of these clear-cut instruments and toolkit that would support S3, which are available and can be easily employed in the territory of the EU, is something which blocks our work in order to further implement our S3 strategy. And one more point to mention is definitely regions vary, and they do their own work in terms of smart specialization development, but no smart specialization strategy has been adopted yet, has been approved yet fully. Therefore, it's probably one of the constraints, but we still hope that in the nearest future we will have some positive examples for us to follow. We are ready to keep on working and pressing hard. I would like to wish the colleagues and counterparts in other regions that are pursuing the same hard pathway every success. And I want to wish them a lot of inspiration, power, and endurance. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Daria. Something else I would like to provide my comments on is something that you didn't say much about. It's the lack of best practices. If we take a positive perspective on that, now each and every region in Ukraine has an opportunity to become a pioneer, to demonstrate this best practice of smart specialization. So in a way, this can result in a certain kind of competition between the regions for someone to become first and for others to look up to. And if you focus on it like this, it doesn't become a challenge, but instead it becomes maybe not a long-term purpose, maybe just half a year purpose for you to aspire to, when maybe one of the regions will come forward and says, we have a smart specialization approved, and this will be a very nice indicator for Ukraine that we had the first pioneer. So Thank you, Daria, very much. Now I would like to give the floor to a representative of Rivne Regional State Administration, Anton Shenkaruk, or Alexander Pratyuk. He's the director of the Agency of the Regional Development.
Do we have any of them? Dear colleagues, do you hear us? If not, then we will wait for them a bit, and then we could come to our colleagues from Georgia. I would like to give the floor to Mr. David Kalatozishvili, who is the Deputy Head of European Integration Department, Ministry of Regional Development and Infrastructure of Georgia. This is the key person in Georgia who is developing the strategy of smart specialization, who is following the processes of entrepreneurial discovery in Georgia. So please, Mr. David, the floor is yours. 10 minutes are yours.
Thank you very much. I will go on in English, so probably translation wouldn't be. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to greet you, and I would like to thank all of the organizers of having such a wonderful opportunity to meet. This is online still, but anyway, to share our views and to listen our, let's say, colleagues from Ukraine. Uh, I would say that Georgia is a little bit, let's say, behind to the processes which you already let's say, which I already heard from our Ukrainian colleagues and the representatives of the specific regions. But still, there is some progress in Georgia, and I will try to, let's say, very short manner, in very short way, uh, to talk about those processes which are going on right now in Georgia. So I will start from very early and the beginning of the process. So we were, let's say, proposed with this idea back in 2017 during the visits in Brussels on the week of regions, which is annual conference in the Brussels for all EU regions. Of course, everybody probably knows Miss Monica Matusiak, who was one of the, let's say, pioneers for us, at least to meet and to discuss this possibility. Then this idea was a little bit maturing in Georgia, and during our high level meeting in Brussels with the European commissioners and Georgian ministers and the prime minister. So our minister, who is at the same time the Minister of Regional Development and Infrastructure of Georgia, and she is an vice prime minister, came up with an ideas to the European Commission in order to start talking about this smart specialization and including the EU NUTS region specification classification as well. So at that conference, we agreed to formalize our, let's say, cooperation, and via the exchanging the official correspondences. So we started, let's say, cooperation in this direction, and and of course JRC was assigned one of the main one of the key and main partners in this field, and I suppose it is the same for our Ukrainian colleagues and other Eastern partner countries as well. So we formalized it, we signed the documents that underlined the importance of the cooperation. After that, we elaborated an action plan, which is common for cooperation in terms of smart specialization. But unfortunately, we had some delays because of the pandemic. This is the situation all the world is challenging right now. I thought I heard about quite a lot of about the entrepreneurial discovery process. To be honest, we at this very moment we had the plans initially to undergo this process, but according to challenges and the pandemic, so we had to postpone it for the next year. And I hope that next year we'll have a chance to already start this process, because as I understand, this is one of the as we understand, actually, one of the key, let's say, aspects of the smart specialization overall. and that is why we tried to do it like to start this process when our JRC colleagues could have a chance to come directly to Georgia to support us. So I would like to underline that the ministry which I represent, the Regional Development and Infrastructure of Georgia, is, let's say, main coordinator of this whole process. And during this, let's say, coordination process, we agreed with the JRC that rather than to spread up this idea on whole Georgia, we selected only one region, let's say, as a pilot region, which is Imereti region, and there were some reasons for that. Imereti could be, let's say, understood as one of the central regions of Georgia, which could be a good, let's say, communication hub between other parts of Georgia. There is international airport right now. We built the technical international university, who would have an opportunity to get like 60,000 students per year, but this year was the first year that the first students came in. So that was one of the main reasons, and it is the location is near to the sea, and the Samagrelo region, which is one of the main, let's say, port hubs of Georgia, including Ajara. So that was the reason why we selected Imereti as the, let's say, pilot region for the smart specialization. For the next steps, of course, we already have done the mapping of the Emirati region, but actually, I can't really say that this is the document on which we are going to, let's say, count on right now, because without EDP process, without having the platform, with the business sector, with the researchers and other all, let's say, interested stakeholders, so would be very difficult to go on with the drafting the smart specialization strategy. So we hope that next year we'll have this opportunity to already involve our to already create the platform of cooperation between governmental, non-governmental, business and researchers associations and communities. Now, in this regard, it was really, let's say, um, supportive for us to hear the experience of Ukraine in this direction, and we hope that we will use some of those hints and already achieved goals by your side. And thank you very much for this opportunity. Uh, mm, Next one, which is one of the probably most important things before we find out those directions who should be supported uh, through the smart specialization strategy, it is necessary for my understanding, to find out what would be the main, let's say, implementation tools, and what would be the source of implementing all those directions. So for this reason, maybe you have already passed this process through, but for right now, I haven't heard about it. We maintained interviews with the support of our JSC experts. It took a month and a half or 2 months, probably. We had more than 30 interviews with all possible stakeholders, donors, researchers, some of business associations, governmental institutions, in order to let's say, accumulate and they find out all possible sources of future implementation and future support of to implement the smart specialization strategy. We are still waiting for this report, and of course, if you will be interested, we can share this report. Maybe you have already have done this, and we can benefit from sharing from your side this report, and we'll be happy to receive it. Um, So actually, right now we have, as I underlined, that we postponed the EDP process, but we agreed that it would be more advisable to organize, not to stop, of course, all these processes and organize the events which could be done via the internet and via the Zoom or internet video communication platforms. So we decided to involve uh, all relevant stakeholders. I forgot to underline that we have created Georgia national team for the smart specialization comprising with the donors, with the governmental organizations, business associations, and so on. And right now we have, and of course we created another, let's say, sub team comprised with the Mereti regional offices, and right now we're having trainings for them. Tomorrow we have the second day for, let's say, Georgian part of the training, and our Armenian and Belarus experts and colleagues will join us. I believe that Ukraine and Moldova wasn't asked to join this conference because you have already passed through this process, and it should have been all a repetition. If anyone is interested to join us and listen, I can easily share the Zoom link. And tomorrow from 10 o'clock your time, we will start another, let's say, first day of the trainings, and the next day will be on December 9th. So at this moment, this is all what is going on right now in Georgia in this direction. I would uh, mm, say once again a big thank you to our organizers to have an opportunity to present what is going on in Georgia. I know that you are much ahead in this, and we hope that your experience could be shared to Georgia as well. So thank you very much again, and wish you all the best and good luck for good sessions and a nicely organized conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. David. In fact, we are also wishing you success. In Ukraine, there are lots of regions which are dealing with smart specialization, and they're still at different levels. So we have something to share with Georgia, but some of the regions maybe are a bit ahead of us. They achieved a bit more, but there are some regions which are still at the stage which Georgia has achieved. So yes, we have something to share. At in any stage, it would be important to get in touch with you, to share experience, to share the best practices, because still Smart Specialization is a unified family, one family where we all working in spite of where we are, what country we are from. Really, Miss Monica joined us yesterday, and we communicated with her yesterday. There were lots of questions for her. So we wish you success at the training which you are now conducting tomorrow and on the 9th. Thank you so much. And as for
Thank
now,
you.
I'd
Thank
like
you
to
very much.
give the floor to Ms. Diana Russo, who is an expert from Moldova on smart specialization. She is the head of the Business Environment Support and Promotion Direction of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Republic of Moldova. Ms. Diana, please.
Thank you. I have a great pleasure to be with you today and to share Moldova experience and when conducting entrepreneurial discovery process for smart specialization. And I prepared some slides for you, and I will share my screen. Just a second. Just let me know if everything is okay. You can see it?
Yes, we can see your slides. Thank you.
Thank you. So Moldova decided to follow the concept of smart specialization in 2017, and with the European Commission's Joint Research Center, We started this way with the elaboration of the mapping of economic, innovative, and scientific potential, and with the characterization of the preliminary priority areas for smart specialization. Subsequently, in 2018, the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research starts coordinating the process with the JRC assistance, which allowed the inclusion of smart specialization in the government's agenda, and to launch in 2019 the entrepreneurial discovery process. And I just want to apologize for these noises because we work remotely and our recent some reparations made. Sorry for this. Our next steps to do, or in the next future, we aim to organize second round of EDP and to validate niches and define areas of interventions, draft and correlate S3 Moldova metrics with National Research and Innovation Program and SME strategy, and to identify funding programs and conditions for S3 implementation. The four preliminarily identified priorities with potential for smart specialization in Moldova are agriculture and food processing, ICT, energy, biomedicine, and biopharmaceuticals. As you can see in the next slide, the results of the mapping of economic, innovative, and scientific potential of Moldova, which allowed us to identify smart specialization domains and at the national and the regional level. And out of these priorities, agriculture and food processing is found as very present in the data sources as well as in practically all regions of the country. And on this dimension, we have gone deeper into the EDP process. Thus, following the methodology, the first stage of EDP in the agri-food sector took place in June 2019 on four subdomains: agricultural, biotechnology and horticulture, field crops, animal husbandry and veterinary medicine, and processing of agricultural raw materials. 66 representatives of quadruple helix involved in this process joined the subdomains according to their experience, interest, and their ability to participate in the future activities. They jointly develop for each subdomain the SWOT analysis, defined the main challenges, opportunities, and their perspectives, as well as the vision for specialization. And exactly on this subdomain, we have advanced most. After the SWOT analysis was performed, its factors were ranked based on their current impact of subdomain and their importance for the future. As a result, key factors for the agri-food processing subdomain development were identified. In our case, they are the existence of scientific potential and local raw materials, open access to international markets, high demand for organic products, along with the lack of product testing units in industrial quantities. Developed functional products are not exploited by the private sector, the exodus of labor force, and all these factors correlated with the main societal challenges led to the identification of the agri-food processing subdomain's vision. So how will the smart specialized processing of agriculture raw materials subdomain be in 2029? It will take into account all these elements of sustainability, of precision and ecology, of circular economy, on value chains and modern technologies. Analyzing the subdomains of interest identified for the first stage of EDP, were agreed on their adjustment to the sectoral context and to the participants' interests and needs. This helped us to keep the entrepreneurs' interest to remain involved until the end in this process. So for the second stage of EDP, two of subdomains were merged and the agri-food processing subdomain was expanded and was renamed in value-added processed agricultural products. I will focus exactly on this subdomain because I was the facilitator of this subgroup, and I have a great pleasure to share our results because we gone deeper in this process and we end the EDP on this subdomain. If in the first EDP the vision, strategic objectives were determined, when in second stage we have focused on identification of the concrete actions with which we want to put these objectives in practice. So we delved narrower into narrow niches at the level of enterprises and organizations' needs and capabilities to implement the defined vision and objectives by implementing functional projects. And first, each participant identified and presented the most significant challenge for his enterprise and organization, as well as the interventions that can address the challenge through innovations or technological solutions. Next, all these individual challenges and interventions were clustered into three broad categories according to their similarities and complementarities. In our case, for the subdomain value-added processed agricultural products, the three challenges clusters identified are technological information on research results versus industry needs, experimental development to solve these common challenges, each participant proposed and briefly presented a project idea which defines and reflects the ways to solve certain priority tasks. Absolutely along the entire chain, innovative ideas were welcome so that we can achieve industrial scale production as quickly as possible, so-called expansion of an innovative product. All project ideas were included in an Excel table for prioritization and were classified in order of importance, where each participant gave a vote from 1 to 3 points to the most important projects, taking into account his personal interest in their implementation. Then those who vote for the ideas that were selected worked together on the project fish. And in the process of project ideas identification, the participants had to cover three aspects for this subdomain. We talked on one hand about those related to the soil management, crops and their protection, animal husbandry, circular economy. On the other hand, we also talked about healthy food and food traceability, about community engagement and inclusiveness. And from the economic point of view, we had two important elements to face. It's increasing the added value through innovation by bringing new technologies, through partnership with research domain, and improving business models to increase their sustainability for development of life. And all these aspects were taken together into account. And here I would like to share with you our results. the project ideas for which most participants expressed their interest and commitment to implement them. So to address the challenge cluster, technological information on research results versus industry needs, two projects idea were selected. The platform dedicated to the intermediation between R&D and business environment and to the research results promotion. The second one was creating a center for testing and validation of scientific results. To address the group challenges, experimental development for the capitalization of byproducts and wine industry. The project idea, experimental development for the use of stabilized formulation of grape mark bioflavonoids was selected. And to address the challenge cluster, marketing innovation and technological processes development was selected the project idea, launching a mobile packaging line for bee products. And I have some lessons learned from EDP to share with you, or we can call them confirmed truth. All these elements at all EDP, at different EDP stages are very equally important, very important. EDP allowed the adaptation of the research agenda to the local needs. And from this point of view, it is very important to have a good administrative ability in order to set the correct reference framework. But also the availability of administrative resources to support EDP follow-up is required because it is a cyclic and iterative process. From another point of view, EDP is a process for entrepreneurs and with entrepreneurs able to translate innovations. And here I would like to underline once more the importance of the involvement in EDP of local leaders, innovative entities willing to commit to change. Innovation means having an idea useful for solving a real problem, and we had to be careful how to identify it so that innovation has utility. And we constantly ask participants to answer the question, what we'll do with this idea? Will an innovative product or technological process be developed? Will the organization be developed in an innovative way, or will marketing innovations be made? Can you prove that this innovation will bring something new to the market? Because then we will have to do something with this idea. And very often those ideas are untapped. So here I would like to end my presentation. And I'd like to thank you for your attention and wish you a successful EDP and S3 realization. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Diana. It's really a great pleasure to see that we are pursuing our pathways alongside each other, because we are also looking to local leaders in the entrepreneurial discovery process in order to create these working groups that in their turn will be able to identify these potential areas for smart specialization. And in fact, we still have some time left, and I would like to move on to our block of questions. But with your permission, I would like to combine a few questions that we have received so far, because they are very similar in a way. These are the questions to the representatives of the Ukrainian regions and our counterparts from Georgia and Moldova. We will also be happy to hear your feedbacks. So the first question, who became the coordinator of potential areas of smart specialization in your regions? Were these representatives of executive authorities, scientific community, or business community? And who becomes the leader of facilitation of the process of entrepreneurial discovery? In other words, who assumes the responsibility to become the coordinator to implement EDP in regions and to support the development of priority areas. Let us start with you, Mr. Vadim, and then I will ask some other colleagues who are still online with us on the Zoom platform to join with our discussion. In fact, when we were devising the strategy and we were thinking about who would be responsible for the various areas of smart specialization, we had preliminarily some people identify who had been actively involved within workshops, focus groups in smart specialization process. That's why, as of today, we have coordinators identified for creative industries. We have a lead of a scientific park and a startup school, Nazar Bondorchak, who also engages in creative industries. And on bioeconomy, we have two coordinators who are not public officials. One of them is the head of the cluster of bioeconomics, Andrei Volkov is his name, and the chair of the department in a technological university, Kiko Orest. He's also the developer of the strategy of bioeconomics. I think it was going to be the first strategy of the kind for the whole of country developed in our region. Now it is at the stage of discussion. And at the moment, we would not just like to approve it as the strategy for bioeconomics, but also to establish it as part of the targeted programs for regions. So the two most powerful priority areas already have their designated leaders. We also have coordinators in the sectors of industrial added value production. It's the deputy head in the economic activities for the region. There it's harder to find someone responsible because these are large manufacturing facilities that engage in mechanical engineering, and the agency of regional development, Taras Bernatsky, is the representative of that. He will be chairing the area of medical tourism. It's also a very promising area, which statistically hasn't been proven yet, and still it has a lot of potential for the development. If we manage to build our EDP process correctly and appropriately, I hope by the end of this year, at least one of these areas of S3 will come up with their own strategy, finalized, and an action plan for that. Thank you, Mr. Vadim. Our colleagues from Khmelnytsky and Donetsk region, the same question goes to you. Who are the drivers for smart specialization in your regions? Do you have any general coordinators? And who are the coordinators of potential areas of S3 in your regions? With regard to the coordinator of the general area of work, it's the representative of our state regional administration and I myself. So the general responsibility was assumed by the executive authority. And when we speak about the local coordinators during my presentation, I said that these have to be individuals who are savvy in business and who have gained some previous experience in the respective areas. One of the working groups, one of the areas of our operations is headed by an independent expert. He assumed this responsibility. He is a representative of the general public, but that's someone who has had previous business experience. He's rather active, as I said. He's in touch with both academic and business communities, and that's the way that we are proceeding. Concerning the other area of work, there is an individual, a man who is a head of an operational business, but he is ready to assume only a certain share of work because we are knowledgeable of the fact that this will be an extra workload for him. And as executive authorities, we are ready to help him, maybe with some technical points and aspects that would be time-consuming. In this respect, we would be happy to help him and assume that share of work. So this is a certain symbiosis between the public executive authorities and business community. So Khmelnytsky region, we can see Ms. Olena is also online with us. No, she is not online. All right. Olena, can you hear us? Then on my behalf, I will add by saying that the picture from the regions that we have collected is about synchronization of processes. The major driver in regions is the local regional administration, which either defines or designates or doesn't designate any coordinators. And the coordinators of area work, these most of the time are representatives of scientific or business communities, or they join their efforts together. And they are definitely local leaders, respected within their environments, so they're ready to assume and shoulder this responsibility. Our representatives of Georgia and Moldova confirmed the statement by saying that this is very similar, but they do not have regional administrations, but such combinations happen at the level of ministries. And unless we have representatives of regions, let's move on to the next question. What were the most significant blocks and challenges and impediments for smart specialization connected with the imperfections of the applicable legislation? Which legislative initiatives came from the public? So that's something that we discussed yesterday with the representatives of 3 ministries that can be involved in this work: the Ministries of Science and Education, the Ministry of Regional Development, and the Chief Ministry, the Ministry of Economic Development, Trade and Agriculture. But from your perspective, from the perspective of regions, maybe there are some legislative amendments to be introduced to speed up these processes. As for me, the process and its speeding up, it's not something that we need, because the colleagues and our counterparts from Poland that we have been in touch with for 2 years on matters of smart specialization, and from Lithuania likewise, they said that for them to devise a qualitative set of priorities for smart specialization, it took from 2 to 4 years. So in order to do it in a qualitative way and not in a fast way, I don't think it takes any legislative amendments. Instead, we require some state support in order to develop cluster economics, because clusters, as we know it, are the entities and actors which in the future will reflect the interests of a certain field or area of economic activities. And institutionally wise, we have a lot of clusters in Lviv region. We have a lot of them, but 8 are most effective: bioeconomics, mechanical engineering, creative industries, cluster of medical tourism, and you can go on. But the only thing lacking is the understanding on behalf of the state support, because at the level of regional support, it is there to support clusters. But we still require the state support, and this will allow us to improve communications between the regional authorities, state authorities, and the representatives of the respective business environment, business communities, in order to facilitate and promote certain innovative solutions and their developments. Maybe some of our colleagues available online, maybe you would like to say something about legislation amendments to be introduced, whether it's necessary or not. A few words, if I may, please. Yes, Daria, go ahead. Yes, the legislative legal basis has been created for the development of smart specialization. This is Decree 992, issued by the Cabinet of Ministers, which speaks about the strategy of regional development, and it stipulates certain points concerning the identification of at least one goal or one of the purpose of regional development on the basis of smart specialization. The next step, as we heard it yesterday, it's developing the methodology formally approved for this process, and we hope it will be approved and finally formalized. But I take the point made by the previous speaker, by Mr. Vadim, that we know how to develop, how to devise, it's already been enshrined, but how to implement and support a specific toolkit for smart specialization support in Ukraine, unfortunately, is not available in Ukraine, neither organizationally nor financially. That's something that we definitely lack. And if there was clear understanding in within the legal framework of how this is supposed to develop and unfold, this process of smart specialization implementation, I think it would go in a more efficient way. Thank you, Daria, very much. I see that Mr. Alexander Protyuk, the director of the Regional Association of Regional Development.
So, Mr. Alexander, we missed Rivne region now, but we've got 10 minutes left till the end of the current session, so we'll give you the floor for 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Do you hear me? Yes, we do. Perfect. I'm happy to welcome all of the colleagues. First of all, I'd like to greet the team of the Ukrainian Institute for International Politics, that such events which are devoted to the implementation of smart specialization are becoming traditional. They are expanding in spite of any circumstances which could seem to interfere into our work. We are still moving on, and we are searching for those necessary points of growth for our regions, which could rather soon become the locomotives for the development of our economy. So in a nutshell, I will mention that for more than a year and a half, we are dealing with the search of those correspondent areas and components of smart specialization, which would help Rivne region to implement smart specialization in life and to help to conjoint the business, the authorities. So we are now at the stage when, to a certain extent, we already know the S3 methodology. We already have conducted several dozens of meetings with the entrepreneurs, so-called EDP, and now we are expecting for active movements from commercial structures, which in our opinion should be the founding factors which would provide the process of amalgamation. So, of course, for today, the role of the region state administrations and local councils is the defining one, as the entrepreneurs mostly do not understand the advantages of the tools which are implemented in a very efficient way in the European countries. In particular, I'd like to say that the highest success was achieved in the negotiations with the representatives of business, which represent the branches of furnishing, wood processing, and IT. The very nice dynamic indicators are shown by the organic manufacturing branch. We've got so-called anchor, or I would say core enterprises, which are the initiators of all of the processes, which are taking this initiative now, and we have the necessity to consider cooperation not only at the level of the region state administrations, but also at the level of the amalgamated territorial communities. As of today, some of the communities of Rivne region are actively interested in the implementation of smart specialization. I will be frank and sincere that, first of all, this is the agriculture branch, in particular the above-mentioned organic manufacturing, and we are seriously developing the cooperation with the educational institutions. In particular, recently, that is last week, we have conducted the online event with the participants of the experts on the implementation of smart specialization in Ukraine under the patronage of the Institute for International Politics. and we've analyzed the unique opportunities of cooperation with the vocational training institutions. This is a unique pilot project where we actively engaged the Department of Education of our region state administration, in particular the Department of Vocational Education, which for today is also implementing EU for Skills projects. In particular, we also mentioned the sphere of furnishing, manufacturing, and we're trying to find new approaches for our graduates to find jobs at the enterprises which would form high value added, and as the entrepreneurs themselves, they could get to know the modern or contemporary profession of the furnishing expert or a constructor of the furniture, who would be different from the available at the market furnishing professions, who could provide the same innovative component at the higher technological level, and also the value added for the enterprises where they are employed. So what else could I add, dear colleagues? Let us amalgamate, let us share opinions. Those are very important events, which don't just give us hopes and expectations that in our pilot branches all over Ukraine we'll have better indicators next year already, I do hope. But believe me, it's a very important psychological factor which helps all of us to understand how we can fully synchronize our cooperation today. So again, I'm grateful for such an opportunity to be heard and to share experience with all of the colleagues from Ukraine. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I will remind you that we have colleagues not only from Ukraine, we also have our colleagues from Georgia and Moldova, so your experience was also heard by the representatives of friendly countries. Thank you. I think that we will finalize this meeting. We've got lots of questions in chat still. I would ask our colleagues, especially there are lots of questions for Lviv. And Lviv was really well assessed how you promoted the process of smart specialization. So we would ask Mr. Vadim just to answer several questions which will be left in chat for Lviv. Maybe people did not even introduce themselves, but those could be some additional stakeholders who are interested to join in the work in the groups for the process of smart specialization. So we'll finalize. I think the representatives of the region of Donetsk, Lviv, Khmelnytsky, Rivne regions, the representatives of Georgia and Moldova. We will be happy to stay in touch with you, and also in the chat we were asked whether we can share your presentations. If there is such an opportunity, please send us your presentations and we will definitely share them with all the participants who have been registered at the event in Facebook. And now we'll have a 5-minute break, and in 5 minutes we'll have a very interesting and very peculiar topic: higher education for smart specialization and science for smart specialization. How can science help for smart specialization, and vice versa, how smart specialization can promote the processes ongoing in the science? Stay in touch, stay tuned. Thank you for your questions.
Jack it up. feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only
So, hello, dear participants. We are going on with the fourth session of the Smart Specialization Strategy and Transformation of the Regions. And today we have a special topic which is devoted to higher education and science in the process of smart specialization, and why do we need science in the process of smart specialization? We do understand that really we do, but how it can help in the processes of smart specialization, and what we can do additionally for the science, how the processes of smart specialization can push the development forward. So we will speak about that with our speakers. And the first speaker I'd like to introduce, this is Ms. Yulia Bezvershenko, who is Director General of the Directorate on Science and Innovations from the Ministry of Education and Science. Ms. Yulia, are you in touch with us? Are you here? Well, so far we don't have Yulia with us, I guess. Yulia, good day. Do you hear us? Then we will so far come to the next speaker. While we are waiting for Miss Yulia, I'd like then to introduce Miss Marina Horokhovatska, who is the Scientific and Organizational Department representative from the Presidium of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, National Contact Point Horizon 2020 in Ukraine. So I'd like Miss Marina, please, would you highlight the following issues which concern the opportunities for the science and the development of innovations in the regions? How can we support the processes of the development of science? Ms. Marina, do you hear us? It seems to me we hear Marina, but we can see Yulia so far. So we'll try to find connection with either Yulia or Marina, because I know that Yulia can stay with us only for 15 minutes. Miss Yulia? Okay, we're so happy to see you. Thank you that you joined us. So we are beginning our session, which is devoted to the development of education and science and the processes of the participants in the process of the entrepreneurial discovery. And we're giving the floor to you. We understand that you can stay only for a short period of time with us, so you are the first to speak in this panel discussion. Miss Yulia, do you hear us? Or Miss Marina, either Marina or Yulia, maybe someone of you will join us. Dear colleagues, then I would suggest to begin with the speakers who should be after the Ukrainian speakers, who would tell about their experience in the implementation of the smart specialization processes. And later we will set up the connection and connect with our Ukrainian speakers. Now we have Dr. Manuel Laranja from Lisbon School of Economics and Management, University of Lisbon. So please, Dr. Manuel, the floor is yours. Approximately 15 minutes. Could you please tell how the University of Lisbon is cooperating in the implementation of the priorities of smart specialization? We know that in Portugal, the priorities of smart specialization are already implemented since 2014. Would you please tell about your experience, how many participants you have and what you achieved? And we will also be happy if you will be able to share the best practices, how the university was able to use smart specialization for its development, for the best development of management for the support of the academics and scientists and researchers, and also for the support of the students. If there are any ideas about the development of the spin-offs, maybe any other instruments which you use, please, the floor is yours.
And thank you so much for the invitation. I don't know if you hear me well. Okay,
Yes, we do.
So I'm okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to speak a little bit slower so that the translators can follow me. I know this is being translated, and thank you for the questions and for the invitation. It's really nice to be able to share our experiences, and I'm not going to refer to the University of Lisbon in particular, but maybe I can talk about in general what the universities have been doing here and how they managed to contribute to our smart specialization processes. As you said, it started in 2013. So now we have the full experience of one full cycle of running a strategy for smart specialization in Portugal. And so perhaps the first point I would like to highlight for you is that during this first cycle, we felt that smart specialization required some major adaptations in terms of how strategy is designed and implemented in Portugal. We have a tradition in Portugal that we look at strategy as being a plan, as being a planning exercise. And then after planning, we pass to a stage of implementation and control. So the first time the European Commission asked us to design a smart specialization strategy, this is what we did. We did an innovation planning, a typical top-down process where universities were very much involved in providing inputs for identification of what could be the domains, the areas where the regions in Portugal were most stronger. Let's say, for example, areas connected with biotechnology or information technology or the bioeconomy. There was lots of areas that were identified as strong points that could be areas for specialization. And maybe even too many. And this is something maybe I could share with you, that the smart specialization tends to lead to a choice of many areas. And what we are requested to do is just a few areas of focus. So this would be the first point. The second point is maybe the smart specialization process. It's not so much about a traditional planning, top-down, participated process, but it's more like a decentralized discovery. And we learn that through the participation of universities over the first cycle. So in the sense that universities are not the driver of the process, sometimes not even the public authorities are the driver of this discovery process that it's called entrepreneurial discovery process. The driver is mainly the private sector, the entrepreneurs, the startups, the new businesses, in a sense that the universities would be participating as facilitators, as collaborators, supporters of the project. They're not really central. This is a process where the economic specialization has to be discovered by the ones that are in market, in doing business. So I think this is an interesting second point. And if I could add a third aspect in our experience, I felt that we now need to start to consider issues related to sustainability and to a different kind of industrial transition. And I think universities will have a really major role in this, because the private sector doesn't really know how to deal with issues of sustainability, of making a society which is more inclusive and more sustainable. And the universities do have some studies and some
В
experience
університетах
on
є
how to bring that into an economic process. Yes? So if I could just give you a little bit of what the process of entrepreneurial discovery is, so that you then understand how universities could fit in that process, maybe it would help to clarify. So let me be very, very brief and very clear. This is a process. You know, a smart specialization is not something that you do at a particular point in time and then it's done. Okay, it's like a continuous process of a dialogue between all the actors of a region, where you find your priority domains, where you discover your priority domains. So one first stage would be gather the universities, the companies, and and regional authorities, and try to identify these broad priority domains where you want to specialize. So that would be a first stage where I think universities have a major role contributing to identify what are the scientific areas, in particular in the country or in the regions, that could be part of these priority domains. Okay, and once this is done, I think a second stage would be to have something like mixed working groups between companies and university people, academic people, and these working groups would work within the priority domains defined, so that they can initiate a process of finding what are their roadmaps for transforming their own domains. I don't know if you're following me, but this language about road mapping and discovering is sometimes not so much frequently used in strategy processes. But I think if you really want to understand how smart specialization works, you have to bring that kind of tools to the process. So what I'm saying is that at the second stage, maybe you could use working groups on the process of road mapping, okay? And I say road mapping as a process, okay? As a beginning, a middle, and the end. This process will go into a stage where you identify particular problems, issues that industries would have to solve, innovation or scientific research problems. And then you try to agglomerate this into sets of projects. Sometimes maybe you could call it acceptable alternative pathways to explore. So this is perhaps one major point that I would highlight. You really have to believe that smart specialization, it's not about a one-time choice of what are your domains of science or innovation. It's exploring this first attempt to define domains. And then while you are exploring, you are discovering how to use these new areas to develop your economy. So it's not a process that you can determine, it's a step-by-step incremental process where you are failing, attempting, exploring, then having ideas on how to proceed again. Then perhaps you have prototyping, you have co-creation between private universities and all the other sectors. You will probably have lots of companies that are created and they are supposed to fail. That happened here in Lisbon and it happened in many other regions, but you have to find that as normal, as being part of the process. Some companies are just part of the experience. They're not supposed to be long lasting. Okay, they will last for a few months or a few years, and then they will originate into something else. And then at later stages of the process, let's say, for example, 6 or 7 years or 10 years later, you really have to give more substance to your road mapping. You really have to go into larger projects, into scaling, into support to international markets and to go in international sales. Because after all, smart specialization is an economic development strategy. It's not really a science developing strategy, if you follow what I mean. That doesn't mean that universities don't have an important role. They will have an important role, but you have to keep in mind that our priority is to develop the economy, not to develop science, okay? There will be other strategies for developing the science, but in the smart specialization, universities are contributing, they're not driving, they're just a partner. So let me just summarize. I don't want to give you a very large presentation. I'm just highlighting points. And if I could just finish by summarizing a little bit of what I'm saying, let's say that universities do have a very important contribution to smart specialization. And I can divide that contribution into three different important points. At the beginning of the process, that will be the first, they would provide inputs on how science could feed the entrepreneurial discovery process, and perhaps also on how science and engineering and manufacturing skills would need to change. You know, the kind of commons translation argument that we find in economic literature. Then at the second stage, universities would participate and collaborate in this discovery, co-creating spaces. They would help, for example, with experimentation. They would help with creating a diverse set of projects, for example, with creating project portfolios and project options. Not all projects may be science-based, but again, many projects will need universities because they need science inputs. They need the collaboration of universities and the partnership of universities. And finally, in my summary, maybe for the implementation of this roadmap, you would need, again, universities with a strong action plan so that they can collaborate by providing highly qualified human resources to the scale-up operations. I mean, universities would have to feed the process of creative imitation, new entries, new companies. That's really also an important role that sometimes we forget. Maybe we tend sometimes to look at universities as being a supplier of research, and most of the time, maybe the most important role of universities is to supply qualified human resources that we need to feed the smart specialization process. So, Nadija, this is really what I wanted to share with you. I don't want to take too much time to the other speakers, and maybe we can have a debate later on this panel. So over to you, and thank you again for the invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Emanuel, and we do hope for a discussion to develop later on. But at this point, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Yulia Bezvershenko, who has just joined us on her Zoom platform. Good afternoon, Ms. Yulia. Thank you very much indeed for being here with us today. The floor is yours. We begin with another speaker. We're talking today about tertiary higher education, about the role of science and a higher educational community in order to help facilitate the promotion of smart specialization. Thank you very much for your invitation. It's my second day. Yesterday I also had the pleasure of communicating with other specialists in the development of smart specialization through the dialogue. And part of the things I'm going to mention now will be to support what the previous speaker had to say. And today we will be zooming on the science, generally speaking, stepping back, the ambitious development of Ukraine, the ambitious development of its economy based on science and knowledge. This is a big ambition that can be realized within naturally speaking, political leadership, its availability, alignment with the policy approved, but at the same time in the field locally, when we speak about local business, local scientific and industrial communities, they either become part of this ambitious project or nothing will be taking place and the rest will just remain paying lip service. So this continuous process that the previous speaker alluded to a few minutes ago is all about the development of the collaboration that enables us to interact, as part of which universities prepare human resources that are required by the industry, as part of which state allocates the necessary funding for higher education, and business really has the requirement for the projects to be developed by scientific communities. So everyone needs to understand the commitment and the involvement of every stakeholder for a long term. And in this sense, it's an ability, an opportunity for us to build on this continual interaction. Then smart specialization is an opportunity for us to develop certain set of priorities, both nationally and locally. Naturally, in Ukraine, we have a system of national priorities approved by the strategy for science and technology and priorities of innovative activities. All of these priorities are approved for a long period of time, up to 10 years, and now the set of priorities for science and technology is running its course, and we will try to make sure that the newly adopted ones will be in alignment with the other set of priorities through 2021. And here the question is, what should the system of national priorities be like? What should the reference point for it be? Is it a vision of the state as a leader in certain areas with regard to its own vision of the future, its own geopolitical future? And we have to see what we have. And smart specialization is something that should become the foundational pillar for us to build on. And I hope this will be exactly the way it will be happening. On the other hand, when locally we have these processes of entrepreneurial discovering, when local stakeholders, what they do, they get to know each other, they know each other's faces, names, surnames, their places of work, and they know what's available in the region. It really is a great thing to matter, because a lot of what remains in the scientific community in Ukraine remains undiscovered. For instance, right now we are working on building a national structure of science, IT system within science, so that you will be able to see every scientist and academic's face of what scientific base is available in their institutions, the research work undertaken. But if a specific businessman asks a question, who engages in this, who is dealing with this, where is the available infrastructure for developing this initiative? So in a way, these days you have to look for someone who knows all of these people. Most of the time it's just a little bird told me, but we need to formalize this process to make sure that all of the stakeholders get to know each other and will be able to spread the word of mouth to invite others to join in with this process. So this is the ability to align this process. The requirements of the scientists, the requirements of the authorities and the requirements of business, they vary, they absolutely differ from each other because we have different circumstances for each other's activities. And that takes a lot of investments to make, investments of time, inclusive, similar language for us to operate in, and professionals to be able to facilitate and moderate this really complicated dialogue, because these people live in different kinds of realities. So after these people have invested a lot of their time, after they have developed their roadmaps, their vision of how they can communicate now and interact, what investments in terms of resources they can contribute, that enables us for a certain academia, university, or a business locally to support, to maintain this dialogue, to get it rolling if any challenges should come up, and perhaps even to think ahead where our competitive advantages should lie. Perhaps we have omitted something. So the development of this capacity is a key for us, for something that we call private-public partnership, especially when we want to raise funds in the area of the collaboration between science and technology, and all of the visions, strategies, to fill it in with the names and the people who in fact are making it all a reality. Besides, and we have also been emphasizing it not only yesterday but over the recent time, Ukraine is a large country. It's a country of big diversity, both economically and scientifically. It's really a hard task to undertake because we have to put together a lot of diverse strategies, regional specialties. For instance, it may be that a scientific establishment under the auspices of the National Academy of Sciences or any other academic establishment may be situated not in the region where it is wanted and needed. But still, we put them together, we create these networks, we put them in touch with the other stakeholders, and other people can contribute. So this, we call it sewing together, putting together, combining these efforts in order for the people to be able to spread and disseminate their efforts and knowledge, and creating a sort of like an ecosystem. And it has a supra-regional dialogue, which also matters enormously. What the previous speaker said is also very important. We have to understand that on the one hand, we need to involve scientists right from the outset to see what they can do, what they can offer, where they see areas of possibility and windows of opportunity, because they're experts and they see where their activities of science as well as related activities are headed to, because they are aware of the latest trends, they read a lot, they create their own publications, so you can ask them what the future is. And on the other hand, we can also involve other scientific establishments like postgraduate academia, because these are the ones that forge the future human resources. It's retargeting, retraining skills, human skills, in order to see how they contribute to the future, to make sure that what the local university is premiering, whether it can meet the needs locally, if there is this local request for human resources. So it enables us to unfold this process time-wise. So we are not only forging human capital, and we employ as well as train it, but we begin to prepare some few generations of human capital, and this creates a synergy of understanding and vision. And in this respect, it's really valuable. So theoretically speaking, it looks very well. And here, we are beginning to activate, and we are working together with other ministries and other stakeholders to get across to them the information that, realistically speaking, locally, academia and scientific centers should be aware of what's going on, and they have to get involved as equal partners in order to develop and build on such partnerships that already exist, in order to avoid the situation where, because of over the lack of information, something very valuable gets lost. And in this sense, we are ready to help and disseminate information. Secondly, I do hope that those people, local ambassadors of smart specialization, who have the appropriate skills and they know how this can be useful and helpful for the local regions, sooner or later they will come to understand that among different areas of smart specialization, their own involvement is really important, key and necessary, and they have to contribute themselves, although of course it's not going to be easy. It will require extra efforts, and as I said, in terms of the language they speak and the reality that they have to be confronted with. But the development of such dialogue will definitely contribute to everyone.
The national strategy on the development of science and innovations, I do hope, will be also moving in the proper direction. So the strategy of the innovative development is adopted. I do hope that the plan will be adopted as well according to the legislation which is foreseen, and it will be working. And we will hope that the state tools of the funding of this of science and innovations will allow to cover those priorities which could emerge within smart specialization. But still, I do hope that the involvement of non-budget funds will be also emerging. There will be a very well noticeable effect thanks to those partnerships, the development of trust, and the interest of the stakeholders, how it can lead to the improvement of the situation for all of them. That's what I wanted to tell. Thank you, Julia. In fact, I'd like to emphasize one point which is rather important, which we also have discussed with the regions at the first session about the oval level for the institutes of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. In Donetsk region, we can see precisely how we can involve the institutes from Kharkiv region, which are territorially located in Kharkiv region as for machine building, but they belong to the Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and still the scientists who are located in Kharkiv region, they can nicely help the development of the priorities of Donetsk region. That is why this emphasis is so important. Thank you that you drove our attention to that. And also we thank you for your speech. If there are any comments in the chat, we'll definitely let you know about them. I know that you cannot stay with us until the end of the session, but we'll try to answer, or at least to give you the questions which we get for you in the chat. Thank you so much that you joined us for the second day at the conference. And the next floor is, well, we already spoke about the Academy of Sciences. We already spoke about Horizon 2020, the involvement of additional money. And we have Ms. Marina Gorokhovatska in touch with us, who is the national contact point of Horizon 2020. And she is the representative of the Scientific and Organizational Department of the Presidia of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Ms. Marina, do you hear us? Are you with us? Yes, I hear you if you hear me. Yes, we hear you so well. Yes, you do. Okay. I even turned on the video. I don't know what you see because I don't see anything. Well, we don't see your video, unfortunately, but you then could use the sound. I will be speaking, but I've got a small presentation. I'll still try to share it. But do you see it? We don't see your video and as well your presentation as well. It is written that the host disabled my screen sharing function. You need to give me the right to share the screen. You have the right to share the presentation now. Would you try again? I am trying share screen. Yes, now it's working. I should select what to share. Just a moment. Thank you so much. We can see your presentation. Thank you. Perfect. So I'll try, if I can, I'll try to detailize what was mentioned by Ms. Yulia. That is what was mentioned by the previous speakers as well, how the science can be of service for the development of smart specialization, and how smart specialization can impact the development of these or those, or strengthening, or a bit of a change of the directions for the movement of these or those research spheres. So I'd like to remind you that when we just began the conversations about smart specialization in Ukraine, in 2016, the National Academy of Sciences has invited the representatives of the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, and at the Open Information Day, they've signed the framework agreement about the support of their conjoint activities, and after that the Academy of Sciences, with the decision of the Cabinet of Ministers, was appointed as a coordination center for the scientific management of smart specialization in Ukraine. So you can see here that here we've created the interdepartmental coordination group, and there were two stages of the work of this group. First, that was analysis of what we have already, and secondly, it was a kind of a pilot project, the implementation of the methodology which has been developed with the help of the joint research center and was implemented for some of the regions of Ukraine. So what was the participants of the representatives of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine for those working groups? First of all, the involvement of some of the experts from different institutions to support, as it was called, the operational group at the Cabinet of Ministers, which was headed by the first Vice Prime Minister, Mr. Stepan Kubiv. And we've conducted a very essential piece of work as for the adaptation of the European methodology to our national capacities and reality. We've prepared several bigger analytical materials, and of course they were reported about, and we've discussed what the scientists should do. Then, within the second part of the pilot project, we've developed regional strategies according to the methodology for some of the regions of Ukraine, and of course we have involved the institutes of economic profile. For Kiev region and Kiev city, it was done by the Institute of Economy and Forecasting of the Academy of Sciences. For Zaporizhia region, it was done by the Institute of Regional Problems. By the way, the Institute of Regional Problems, again, this is the reference to what was mentioned by Miss Yulia and you. It is located in Lviv, but it developed the regional strategy for Zaporizhia region, and we should drive our attention to that fact as well. And then a scientific research center of the industrial problems of development took part in the creation of the strategy, certain elements of smart specialization for Kharkiv region. Whether those developments were implemented, unfortunately, yesterday I could not join you, so I cannot comment upon that. What was the result? But our scientists and academics have provided certain analytical materials then and later again, and here I'd like to drive your attention to just one of the cases, because energy sector is, first of all, is very important for our country, and energy dependency of Ukraine is well known. I will not even mention about that, and the ways to overcome it are very important. Besides, within what's ongoing in the European research space and innovative space, that is the implementation of the Green Deal, or how we say sometimes green course, for the different approach for the development of the energy sector, transport, and the decrease of the participants in all of the industrial cycles, which are CO2 included. Everything becomes rather important for Ukraine, because if we harmonize our legislation in accordance with the certain strategies of the EU, we need to think how we can develop smart specialization for separate regions of Ukraine. and how it will be harmonized with what is done in the neighboring countries. So as for that, in the energy sector, the scientific institutions, the National Academy of Sciences and the universities can provide the huge expertise. Here I just mentioned that just the National Academy of Sciences has 16 scientific research facilities. Besides that, we've got universities and SMEs and the constructors' bureaus which are working in the energy sector and the renewables, or the improvement of the energy capacities which are working now. So there are so many points and arrows here, and they're not in vain, because the educational research, well, one of the previous speakers said that the universities unfortunately are considered only as a research sector. No, our universities are not the main research facilities. They are still the source of the stuff of their experts. And this is why I took the analytical materials to show that the energy and machine building, only in these spheres, annually we've got approximately 3,000 graduates in this expert sphere for them to work according to their specialization, what way they're taught for 5 years. They should have the connection with the scientific research institutions, and the scientific research institutions which are suffering because of the lack of youth, they can involve them, and they have to involve them at the level of the theses and diplomas for their research activities. And besides that, it's obvious that whatever we have in the energy sector, for instance, has to be used and applied. So this humanization of education, especially of the higher education, which we can see lately, it is really, well, if the tendency doesn't change, it may be transformed into a threat for the technological sectors, high technology sectors of economy. So it's so important for the graduates to go and work where such experts are needed. So we can see the obvious connection of the manufacturing sector with the science. And in this sphere, we can say lots of nice words that we need and what we need and why we need. But the most important thing, which tools can be used to implement those beautiful ideas. Considering the experience of the academy, considering the experience of the participants in the international projects, I could offer to consider creating the smart specialization strategy both at the regional and at the national levels, the tools which are working, well, not all over the world, but at least in the area of the European Union. Those are technology platforms, the drivers of which is business. Because the business which is trying to find their exits to the new markets, to cover them, it needs certain innovative products in any spheres. To have an innovative product, it needs to be based upon something has to be ahead. And the compulsory participant for any technology platform is the scientific community, the universities, institutes, small and medium enterprises, which first need to try how is it working, to test. And for that, the compulsory participant, well, we have the business, the science, SMEs, and the elements of the state components which would allow to provide it in the proper legislation field. The second tool, I will name the cases in more details. The second tool is clusters, Well, it's obvious because they can be at the regional level or professional one. Those are unions, both industrial ones and manufacturing ones, to create value added with the help of the innovations. And the third tool is what we don't use that much, but those are networks. The networks, which can include the platforms, they can include clusters, or maybe they don't. But it's compulsory to have this set of people, this is group of people, who speak the same language. It is so important because it was mentioned by Ms. Yulia. When business, science, and the power authorities are speaking the same language. And now, I'm already speaking for 9 minutes, so now I will try to mention two types of technology platforms which have been created in Ukraine. They were created with the support of the European projects. We didn't manage to create more, though I know that several years ago there was an attempt to join the efforts of the scientists and the manufacturers to create the metallurgy platform. Maybe someday it will happen, maybe not. So this is the platform of Food for Life, or agrarian products, food products platform. They began its creation in 2006. They were used to be the pioneers, and now they are at the stage of the revision of their activities and the strategic actions plan, because it's a compulsory component. I will not dwell upon them in more details. Yes, you've got 3 minutes left. Yes, sure. So, the second platform I'd like to drive your attention to is in a totally different sector. This is the platform of advanced materials and perspective technologies and their production. It was created with the support of the European project, and if in the agrarian food product the initiator was Uzhgorod University, then for the materials platform, its founder was the Institute for Problems of Materials Sciences of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. And in 6 years, well, in fact, in 5 years of the existence of this platform, its connections with small and medium enterprises and also with the bigger enterprises and constructor bureaus are already there. And finally, well, I drove your attention to the energy sector. Now I'd like to drive your attention to the branch which is now discussed a lot, but it needs more attention. This is the aviation branch. I know there is the huge interest from the European partners towards the researchers and aviation construction and maintenance branch. There are such networks which already exist. You can look through them. All of those materials which I've mentioned, they were developed as the result of certain projects. If the presentees are interested, you can get in touch with me. I can tell in more details about the mechanisms, how they are working. But those mechanisms need to be developed exceptionally with the help of the state. Because, well, Ms. Yulia mentioned the PPP, private-public partnership. When we speak about the involvement of the state money and a non-state money, we should be sure that the money which are coming from the consumers of the products, from the manufacturers, they will be able to work. That all of those payments will have transactions through the treasury, not stopped. That the money which the research institution will earn, they will stay there. They will not be considered the money from the state budget, the use of which can be blocked any moment. It's not working like that. But when all of the stakeholders are having the equal conditions, it is working. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Marina. And our participants in chat are always asking to have the presentations of the speakers. If you don't mind, after the conference, we'll share your presentation with your contacts. Definitely, I will send it in the PDF format, or if you don't mind. And thank you so much. And of course, we do hope that you will stay in touch with us up till the end of the session. We'll have a discussion later.
Thank you again for your presentation. Now I would like to introduce to you the next speaker. This is the rector of one of the Balkan universities, Ms. Ivanka Popovic, rector of University of Belgrade and president of Danube Rector Conference. If the representative of the Lisbon School of Economics said to us that university should not always be the driver, here we have an example when Belgrade University did become a driver, a locomotive, if you like, for the smart specialization strategy. And it showed that part of the strategy and now is helping to implement the strategy. And that's been taking place for more than 1.5 years. So Ms. Ivanka Popovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. I would like to welcome all of the participants and once again, thank you for the invitation. So if you would allow, I would like to continue on what Professor Nedovic mentioned yesterday in his intervention, is that actually the capacity of the academic community in Serbia was really a driving force for the development of the smart specialization strategy as it was envisioned by our government. So I think due to the strength of the academic community, we really had this possibility to move forward in such a good way, making an optimal connection and cooperation between government bodies, business, and the academic community. So I can speak generally about Serbian academic institutions, but I would like to perhaps say a few words about the University of Belgrade, as it is positioned internationally with a very strong academic ranking. And also it's very important to say that besides this very strong academic position that we have in terms of being recognized as a research excellent university, we also have a very good situation regarding some other aspects that are very important to be considered nowadays, and that we have a good gender balance of our staff. And I think this is also a very good message that is sent to show that the full capacity of society is being utilized. Also, I would like to say that the University of Belgrade has been a driving force for open science in Serbia, which led to the development of the open science platform at the national level. So I think these are all things that played a very important role when we were considering the engagement of universities, especially the University of Belgrade, in contributing to the smart specialization strategy of Serbia. One other key development then that came from all of this is that from the beginning, the academic community was included in the process, especially when we were mapping the capacities of both Serbian businesses and Serbian academia for certain areas of interest for our country. The other point was also when we participated in the many SWOT analyses that were being made for this process. Many experts from the university were engaged, as I think is a common practice for all smart specialization strategies, but we also made some changes previously that allowed for this better communication between academia and business. In 2017, there was a new law passed on higher education in Serbia, which included the formation or the making of so-called councils of employers, bringing to the table with academics representatives of the relevant Serbian business community. And this was a very important communication because you know that universities are often ivory towers, not having a full always understanding of what's going on in business. These councils of employers and other open communications that we set up allowed us to make some changes and optimizations in the education process, because it's clear that the smart specialization strategy cannot be successful unless we are creating enough educated people who will be the drivers of this change. And I would say that one of the very good stories that I can pass on is the cooperation with the community called Digital Serbia, which is bringing together the representatives of the ICT sector in Serbia with Serbian universities that actually led to the development and accreditation of a few master programs that are dealing with specific uh, interests of the ICT community. And I think supported by the government, we have developed a few new programs that will actually focus some of our graduates in the directions that is needed by this branch of industry. We see this as an example of good practice. Also, I think that you have to understand that Serbia has some specific aspects that need to be mentioned, and that up to the 90s, former Yugoslavia and Serbia within it had a very developed communication cooperation between industry and academia. Due to the tragic events of the 90s, that more or less broke down this communication and cooperation, we have very steadily been building up on this point to bring the cooperation of industry and businesses with academia back to its previous level. It cannot be the same because Serbia in the meantime has been going through a serious transition process, but we have set up a new quality, and I think this cooperation is starting to bear fruit. When we talk about this, that means that the influence of business needs has affected also how government is financing and funding various aspects of research, where there is, if we look at the traditional funding of fundamental sciences, there is also a certain focus now on top-down projects that can deal with various topics that are of specific interest to the Serbian government. And this has been formalized also through two new laws on science and research. One is the formation of a national science fund, which previously did not exist in Serbia. And the second is say revamping or modernization of the new law on research and investigations. So these things have also developed and caused that there is now annual calls that are tackling certain topics that are the focus of our smart specialization strategy. And there's a very strong collaboration with our National Innovation Fund, and that the calls of the Innovation Fund are also looking and seeking projects that would be in line with our smart specialization strategy. As a consequence of this, the number of registered patents that have been submitted and received by members of the academic community has been steadily increasing, which we see as a sign of moving from scientific research to the number of patents that would lead to an increase in the number of commercialized scientific results. And also, I would like to say that the number of science technology parks in Serbia is also increasing, together with the number of business incubators that are led many times by members of the academic community, therefore contributing to this high-end part of the business community. And I think our investment in student-led innovation has been starting to bear fruit, and that we also have to understand that it's not easy for a small country such as Serbia to attract venture capital, and that we have a very strong focus on the pre-incubation phase of innovation that needs to be supported. And there have been some strong steps in that direction to support researchers and students in this pre-incubation phase. I see this as a very, very welcome development. And besides the existing science technology parks in the two major cities of Serbia, in Belgrade and Novi Sad, there are several now that are being developed and should start bearing fruit in the months to come. What would I also like to mention in this respect? What are these special focal points of the smart specialization strategy in Serbia, and how do they reflect on the academic community? Well, one aspect is considering that Serbia is predominantly an agricultural country, is that, of course, the focus will be on the production of food and its processing and areas related to packaging. And there is a very strong knowledge base for this part of our smart specialization strategy. Also, I would like to mention, as I mentioned in the example that I said, there is the ICT community, which has been developing at a very, very fast pace, maybe not at the one we hoped for, but still very dynamic for Serbian terms. And also, there is a very strong focus on Industry 4.0, which would be various aspects of mechatronics and its implementation in the machine industry. And finally, there is the broad area of creative industries, where I think really the sky is the limit, where we are providing our researchers with a free field of activity. And one thing that maybe could be said for countries that have limited resources, due to this traditionally limited opportunities in terms of finances for our researchers are very, very creative. And this gives them an advantage and an edge, especially in those industries where, like ICT, where there is the low-hanging fruit. And we are very pleased with the results that we are seeing in this field. So without bothering you with the various tables and diagrams showing numbers, I think that for a country the size of Serbia, we are seeing really a good integration of the academic community to drive business in Serbia. And this is working in a twofold way. One is, of course, the emphasis on higher education and how it's mandatory for the further development of the Serbian economy. And the other is the contribution to the various innovative options. I think it's also very important to say that academia is participating in a change in mindset, and that it's showing how we need to have the right communication with industry. It's not easy always to understand each other, because academia is maybe dwelling on some issues that are not so relevant to business. But this bridge that is now being forged through the various open programs that exist has really contributed to a change in mindset. And this is not just a one-off thing, it's a continuous permanent program that I hope that within the next years will show that the choices that Serbia and its experts made when defining the specialization strategy will bring about a further development in the Serbian economy. So I am available for any specific areas of the smart specialization strategy that you are interested in terms of how the Serbian government chose to move forward. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Ivanka, for your attention. We definitely have 24 regions in Ukraine, many of which truly focus on creative industries, agriculture, agri-food, and ICT. And it's true that a lot of them begin to focus on that as a horizontal priority that has to encompass several priorities, or maybe at least one priority. It depends from region to region. So thank you very much for your explanation. A very interesting toolkit that you presented and shared with us. How your scientific community contributes to smart specialization, and how smart specialization also helps the academic community to develop. I also liked your comment, your statement you made about creativity of scientists, that budgeting sometimes is lacking, but despite that, they still remain really creative. And in Ukraine, the situation is very similar. It's not always that scientists and academics do have budgeting, but their creativity is always at a very high level. So thank you very much indeed for this highlight and this insight. It doesn't mean that we should stop looking for resources, but even without these extra resources, we can still sometimes go for our resourcefulness. Thank you, Ms. Ivanka. I do hope that you will stay with us, and we are still monitoring our chat to make sure that we can ask speakers of today's panel the questions. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Manfred Spitzberger, who is a representative of the Center for Social Innovation from Austria. Mr. Manfred is well aware of Ukraine, its problems, issues, a lot of Ukrainian regions. Back in 2019, and I think in early 2020, Mr. Manfred, you did manage, in the month of February 2020, you went to Lugansk region, and you worked very closely with them, with Zaporizhia region likewise. But now we would like to hear from him about how researchers can impact on smart specialization, what additional contribution they can make, and what tools are there in order to support smart specialization from the scientific community. So, Mr. Manfred, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Nadia, for the introduction. I hope you can hear me well. I have shared already my screen.
Yes, we can hear you all right.
Yeah. Can you see my slides as well?
Not so far, not as yet.
Not as yet. Okay. I will
Try to
it
share your
once more.
screen.
Okay, I share it again.
Now
It seems to appear, yeah?
we can see your slides, yeah.
Very good.
Дуже добре.
Indeed.
Дійсно,
As Nadia said,
як сказала
I
Надя,
have been going to Luhansk
я
and
виїжджав в
to
Луганськ
Zaporizhia regions
і в регіон
repeatedly
Запоріжжя декілька разів
to deal with
і
smart
працював із
specialization,
питаннями
education,
смарт-спеціалізації,
and
освіти,
training, how we could
надавав
implement that.
тренінгів
So
стосовно того, як їх можна реалізовувати на місці.
today I
І
would like
сьогодні я би
to
хотів
point out some of the issues that
указати на
I
деякі
discussed also
питання,
with the
які так
colleagues in
само
Luhansk and
обговорював зі своїми
Zaporizhia
колегами в Луганську та
about
Запоріжжі
implementation. And
стосовно
this is
впровадження, реалізації.
clearly
І
an
це
important
дійсно дуже
focus
важливий
for
частка
universities
нашої
and research
уваги, на
institutes.
чому дослідницьким
How
університетам і взагалі
to
університетам
get
зосередити свою увагу для того, щоб
the strategies really implemented.
дійсно
I
реалізувати ці
built on some
стратегії.
work that I did for
Я
the
буду
policy support
посилатися на
facility.
певну роботу, яку я робив раніше для підтримки політик,
Where we collected
де ми збирали
examples of science
приклади
business links that were
зв'язків
discussed in some of the projects that were implemented in this Horizon 2020 policy support facility. These are very important instruments for really implementing then the strategy and involving research and research institutes, universities, bringing them together with the business sector. So we looked at, let me switch already to the next slide. We looked at specific studies that were conducted for Bulgaria, Estonia, Georgia, and several other EU countries, but also for Ukraine. Yeah? So we have checked what kind of instruments were already there and which ones could be implemented to stimulate this cooperation between research and business, also for implementation of smart specialization priorities. In this policy support facility under Horizon 2020, there are also so-called mutual learning exercises, yeah, where countries exchange experiences with different tools. And these studies we also integrated in this paper that I drafted for the policy support facility. So just let's say, what is this policy support facility? It really enables learning among the EU member states and countries that are associated to the Horizon 2020 on research and innovation policy making. So I I looked at all these different studies and put them together the summary paper on science business links. So it's available here at the Research and Innovation Observatory of the Horizon 2020 Policy Support Facility. Let me get into the details. So we tried to cluster the instruments that we have seen in three broad categories. I have to say this is not the approach to say, okay, we collected all the possible tools. We heard already from Marina Garchavacka that there are technology platforms, there are clusters. We heard from Ivanka Popovic that there are specific programs for skills of IT students. So there are a lot of different opportunities for stimulating this cooperation between research institutes, universities on the one side, and the business on the other side. But we, here in this paper, we tried to cluster those instruments that we could see in the studies that were conducted under the Policy Support Facility. So one very important tool, cluster of issues that we have seen is an enabling environment for science business links. The first point I would like to highlight here is governance of research and innovation policies. It is pretty important that the ministries that are dealing with research and innovation issues are well coordinating their activities, that we do not have a duplication of efforts, that there is really a support of the actors of the universities and of the business, that they can collaborate. And it will be necessary also, what we have seen in the studies, to involve the appropriate stakeholders in this governance elements. So could be a coordination body where also the representatives of the business sector, Chamber of Commerce, for example, or of the academic sector, of the university sector, get together and discuss what kind of tools are required and really beneficial and supporting the cooperation between the research side and the business side. Rules and regulations, that's also a very important enabling environment. Well, it's not a costly thing, so that can be implemented by also countries that do not have that many financial resources available for stimulating the cooperation between the research and the business sector. But the creating the right and regulatory environment, that is always an opportunity, and that should really be tackled with a priority, so that the university can also have the opportunity to easily collaborate with the business sector. This includes also the regulation of the intellectual property rights, so that at the level of the universities, of the research institutes, it's clarified how the intellectual property rights would be allocated when there is a collaboration between a researcher and a business, how much of the intellectual property would be with the institution, how much with the researcher. So this should be clarified. And here are, of course, a lot of advice opportunities available through the International Intellectual Property Rights Organization, the WIPO. So there's opportunity to find advice for this. Knowledge and technology transfer offices, they depend a bit, what we have seen from the various studies, on the maturity of the research and innovation systems. So if there is already advanced cooperation with the business sector among the universities and the research institutes, the more there will be also knowledge and technology transfer offices available which support this. If it is not so mature, it's a consideration how far these kind of institutions, infrastructure for innovation are required and in which size. But of course, they can drive the transfer of the knowledge and the technology to the business sector to support it, for example, with advice on contracts and other issues, of course. Matchmaking. Science and technology parks and incubators. We have just heard the examples from Serbia, the S&T parks in Belgrade and Novi Sad. There are examples, of course, in Ukraine and other countries. It has to be said, well, this needs a certain investment, and the financial resources for this need to be there to make this tool really workable and give substance to a science and technology park. So it's a consideration how many resources are available, but certainly a beneficial tool. Entrepreneurship education at the level of the university, that's also a less costly tool. It's not so much investment that, but a very beneficial one. So in many universities that we see in my home country, in Austria, there are managers from business, from industry, from big industry teaching at the universities. So integrating the experienced business people in the teaching process on the one hand, and having courses for entrepreneurship for technicians or even for social scientists, how to conduct a business, these can be very beneficial and are very beneficial tools which are not so costly. In a second chapter of tools that we have classified is a portfolio of publicly financed support instruments for stimulating science and business links. This is especially for collaborative research, so that researchers can work together with business on specific topics, prototype development, for example, and so on. One very interesting tool, which is also applied widely in European Union countries, are innovation vouchers. These are small-scale financial support instruments, 5,000, maximum 10,000 euros or so, that are allocated for collaboration of small and medium-sized enterprises with research institutions. This is really a stimulation tool to help develop networks of businesses with research institutions to allow a get-together, small-scale projects. Not so high financial investment also from the side of the state is required here. It can be a preparation for more substantial collaborative R&D grants, so where more substantial financial resources are allocated for joint research work, innovation projects among businesses and research institutions, universities. Public-private partnerships, that's a more comprehensive tool. We often discuss it under the title of competence centers, where maybe around the university, around a specific institute for agro-business, or I don't know, for a specific machinery institutes that are created around this so-called competence centers or excellence centers, where collaboration with business is facilitated, and in this framework, joint projects are implemented on the specific priorities. So this can be a very interesting tool for the priorities identified in smart specialization, where we can see, oh, here is a university working a lot and having a good department in information technologies. Just citing this one because it's a very important topic for Ukraine, for Serbia. And around this, you can create then a center of competence excellence with related businesses. Cluster policies, it's a more looser tool for bringing together research institutions, businesses around certain topics. In many EU countries, it's pretty elaborated. We can see in Austria a lot of clusters around, for example, automotive industry, around the health sector, tourism, or whatsoever. So that depends also a bit. I come to the last cluster of science and business links implementation, which can serve as implementation instruments for smart specialization that we have identified in this study for the policy support facility. This is about incentives, so stimulating, encouraging research organizations and businesses to collaborate with each other. For example, it could be made an indicator in assessments of universities how far collaboration with business is taking place. One indicator could, for example, be how many projects, how much turnover was generated through contract research with business. So this could be integrated in assessment of universities. And in this way, there would be a stimulation that universities are taking this aspect more seriously, importantly, up in their activities. Mobility schemes, I think that's a very interesting scheme also for Ukraine or other countries of the former Soviet Union, because it's not a very costly tool. With small-scale grants, you could stimulate the mobility in particular industrial fields, in priority fields identified in smart specialization, where PhD students or postdocs get a certain grant to work to collaborate with business on specific projects, for example, on a PhD project. Yeah. Support for spin-offs, that was the last tool that we identified in these various studies that was really highlighted as important. This can be also with a less costly approach, stimulating, helping students, postdocs, researchers at the university to find business partners with matchmaking, with advice on contract, how to build contacts with the business sector. But it can get, of course, much more substantial with grants for their activities, with making space available inside the university to establish a small company. So this can be and should be a very interesting tool also for universities. So with this, I come to the end, and thank you very much. And I'm available for discussion, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Manfred. That's a very interesting tool. We are also discussing them with the universities. We took the best practices, by the way, from the smart specialization platforms from other regions of the European Union, who were really using both common researches between the business and the scientists, the academics, to share experience, from one hand of management experience, from the other hand the research experience and their developments. But also very interesting what you mentioned about the mobility schemes, especially in the industrial sector for the PhDs, for the postdocs. That is a very interesting tool. Thank you for this advice that can really be discussed with our scientists and academics. I'd like now to give the floor to our speaker from Vilnius University. Yesterday, we began a bit to communicate with the representative from Lithuania, Mr. Ramojus Raimeris, with about the experience of Lithuania in the development and implementation of the priorities of smart specialization. So here we have Ms. Kristina Babelita-Labanauska, the head of Innovations Department of Vilnius University. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours. 10 minutes are yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I will share my screen just to illustrate something for you. Is it already? Do you see that?
Yes, thank you. We can see your screen.
Okay. So good day, everyone. I'm here to represent Vilnius University and just to illustrate the possible impact or just possible challenges and opportunities that smart specialization can offer for a university. So just to begin with the context, probably, Vilnius University is one of the largest ones in Lithuania. It's quite a small country, but it was established quite a year ago. It was established in the 16th century, and now it operates in the capital, Vilnius, and also has a faculty in the second largest city, Kaunas. Here we go. Lithuania is quite a small country by the Baltic Sea, but in the terms of smart specialization, it is just one region. We have this smart specialization process started in 2014, But still, there are entrepreneurial discoveries as such, as a process, um, and it is continued for today, and it never stops, and it's not really stable. So therefore, it's just this presentation is just to illustrate that what we have started talking with stakeholders in business, talking with other companies, with other organizations like research institutes. It really continues for now as well. Now, Vilnius University on the map, it just to illustrate that we are based here in the largest, the capital, the Kaunas, the second city, and also from the next year we'll have the academy in Šiauliai, northern part of Lithuania, and this is due to consolidation of higher education sector, which is going on for also a couple of years already. Now, some facts and figures. We have about 200 study programs, 20,000 and plus students, and also almost 3,000 of academic employees. Now, which is very important that within the research terms, research groups work together. So we identified 160 research groups within the university, and also, which is also kind of a unique approach, that all R&D services and infrastructure that is in university is open to any business company, any other company that needs R&D based solution. Therefore, 450 kind of standard R&D services are offered to the ecosystem as such. We have certainly income from various income from students, from business contracts, and from other projects coming. We also operate a patent portfolio, which also is from various and covers various regions. But Vilnius University is not standing alone as such, because it functions within the ecosystem of entrepreneurship. And this is just to refer to previous speakers, that Vilnius University is the stakeholder of 2 science parks, and also operates the bioincubator, which is really focused on the life sciences and startups that work or plan to work in the area of life sciences. And for now, we have about 20 plus startups that relate their activity or their beginning of activity to Vilnius University community. Now, Vilnius University as such is a comprehensive university. So we have a spectrum of faculties, and we, as a traditional, probably perspective, cover such traditional disciplines like chemistry, like economics, like history, law, mathematics, medicine, name it, whatever you like. But at the same time, we also act as a shareholders into University Hospital, and also we have a publishing house, a botanical garden. So this is the spectrum of activities, as I say, a unique and at the same time a traditional university to start thinking in terms of, at the same time, keeping this a traditional one, but at the same time also trying to adjust to the changing situation that Smart Specialization offers. Now, research areas identified by our Senate members, and for today, these ones. So this covers humanities, social sciences, life sciences, health, physics, also mathematics, ICT. This is also kind of from the traditional perspective that research it is done or performed, but at the same time, this is the agenda also to take into account for the transformation of either universities kind of agenda or partnership intentions, or just also something to offer to the transformations that are going in the economy. Now, as mentioned, just research groups, and these can be found online. This is also an illustration of open access principle as such. Let's take, for example, Life Science Center, which is one of the prominent ones in our university, and we have openly accessible laboratories and equipment in them. and also researchers working and also offering their solutions or collaborative opportunities for companies outside the university. So here we go, we have, and this open access principle is also just to illustrate our best practice kind of story, that this opens up opportunities or just gates to partnerships with really large companies. And some of the brandings you see, brand names of the companies that you see on the screen. And the catalog is also of those standard services are on the website of the university, but I should also stress that usually the decisions or solutions that the university offers is really individual for each company. Now, when we measure startup companies or the spillover effect that university has already to the market, we see that our 20 operating startups have already generated revenue up to 5 million euros last year, and also suggested some seed or some working places for employment. And at the same time, it also is good that the gross average wage of the startups is quite high in comparison to the just average wage in the region. Now, just also putting this into context, as mentioned, Smart Specialization process started in 2014, and after really difficult and complex discussions within the thematic priorities, we had Smart Specialization priority areas, 6 of those approved in 2015. Now, we had interim report in 2018 and the revised thematic priorities. And here we go, we have the energy, the health technologies, biotech, agro-innovations, food technologies, smart non-polluting integrated transport, and these thematic areas. But at the same time, Smart Specialization is much more than just thematic priorities agreed within the discussion with the stakeholders. It is about the generated value of 8.2 billion euros, which is 1/4 of Lithuanian GDP. And also it is about 400,000 employees involved in Smart Specialization as such, which when the total full employment in Lithuania is about 1.3 million. And the investment rate is also worth for university also to take into account of like for this period, we had almost 700 million euros to be invested in the actions and nice portfolio of activities related to Smart Specialization. Now we have a new rector elected this year, and we also, within the context of changing ecosystem, and by ecosystem I mean changing market needs, changing employers' needs, we have started the discussions about the vision of what Vilnius University can offer, and also at which place, at which momentum it will be in the terms of, for example, 5 years. So with this life tradition and responsibility to our society, it is about being recognized in the world, and it's also about being the kind of engine for changing the Lithuania or the state. And we have identified 3 directions, strategic directions, like creating society. University should be collaborative and sustainable. And in that terms, it should cover like universities' availability to really have the opportunity for a graduate to be empowered to solve societal problems or future problems, and also to suggest some research solutions that would be internationally recognized as well as impactful for society and the state. And by suggesting certain skills like STEM skills, which will be really important for Industry 4.0, for example, or Industry 5.0. The interdisciplinary approach, which is, I would say, is really The strength of Vilnius University as a comprehensive university is always stays the opportunity and always is the challenge for Vilnius University, as well as sustainability and also inclusiveness of students within the university ecosystem and university activities and employees, and infrastructure for future needs. And this opportunities diversify those revenues to university financial for university's financial growth. Now, smart specialization is also about challenges, and it's also about the continuum process and coming back, and it's just monitoring and evaluating the status quo. So this, as mentioned, interdisciplinary approach is just really a challenge, because we see certain drawbacks in national legislation, for example, with the opportunity for the graduate to have the second degree, not really the major degree, but also the second degree, or just to also model PhD schools, including interdisciplinary approach, or just piloting industrial PhDs, which were already done, but it's still the rate of PhD schools should be really larger. Now, also university also assesses its availability for interdisciplinary study programs between just putting just beside two faculties, like for example, Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Law. The needs of the market or the needs of the ecosystem is really about suggesting interdisciplinary approach for that, and also giving this to researchers can also give fruit or give good results in really novel, really upfront solutions based on research, but at the same time offering those innovative decisions or innovative measures for companies to be competitive on the market. Now, university is also about offering or just being there for the society. So the challenge Vilnius University also sees that is not really about refusing being comprehensive university, is more probably putting more attention to those promising research areas, intermingling the traditional disciplines and offering some novel, just a completely different perspective for the research and for addressing the societal needs. And also this research-based expertise in science communication is one of the most important issues, besides being also research-based university. And as Vilnius University is part of strategic alliance in together with 6 other universities in Europe, we also consider this opportunity to have and to discuss the portfolio of interinstitutional, interdisciplinary study programs for students coming from different universities within the strategic alliance. And this also opens up opportunities for Vilnius University, for the alliance as such, and also the employers here in the ecosystem. So just summarizing, what I wanted to say is that smart specialization is really about the process. It's about really discussions with, and sometimes really complex discussions with your stakeholders, whether it's on business or science side. And it's also about capturing the value for either of the party. And this value can really create benefits, because as one of the speakers already mentioned, the sky is the limit. So let's have the opportunities open and the challenges ahead for the future. Thank you for attention, and over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Christina, for this motivational material that you have given us. We have a lot to still desire and want. Now I would like to ask to move on to the session of questions and answers. We have had a lot of speakers today, and probably I will begin to get back to those speakers that we had at the beginning of our panel. The question is, how can we implement in Ukraine the guidelines for higher education? Can it be published as recommendations on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Science in Ukraine? And can we also take into account its area of specialization for the local regional strategies. Perhaps Ms. Marina, on behalf of the local National Academy of Sciences, she can reply to this question. Would you kindly repeat your question? Ms. Marina, we are talking about the guidelines or the guides, which is called Higher Education for Smart Specialization. Bad connection. I'm sorry, what do you expect to hear from me? How science and central executive bodies would do that? I would be interested to ask them myself. I've just listened to a lot of speakers with a keen interest. Can you see everyone? Do we have representatives, any representatives of executive bodies with us? No, we don't have any, not from the Ministry of Education or Science or the Ministry of Economic Development, the Ministry of Finance. No, our session wasn't about that. It was about higher education, and central executive bodies and authorities have not been connected today. Well, maybe I can still provide my comment a little by saying that the last speaker, the experience of Vilnius University and the experience of Novi Sad University, from Belgrade University, is really fascinating. It's so helpful. And the overview given by the Center of Innovations from Austria concerning the links between business and science and the support facility drafted for Horizon 2020, that's very interesting indeed. But all of these cases, all of this advice and opportunities are real only, or get real only with the participation of, let's put it this way, as they like to say it here in Ukraine, if there is an element of political will involved, if there is support from the authorities, because a lot can be said about innovative strategies, but if they didn't take the law on technological parts, but they did approve it, and unfortunately there are a lot of restrictions implanted in that law, embedded in that law. So a lot of this, unfortunately, is not realistic for today. So I try to say that if educational facilities begin to attract some innovations for their smart specialization purposes, for starters, they need to have some budgeting, some financing. If they have extra budget sources, that can become a good start for them. But then further on, to keep the fire burning, you have to keep throwing some wood. In order to bake a cake, one needs to put not only flour and water. A lot of other ingredients are needed because otherwise it will be just something not very edible. The same goes for the development of smart specialization. It's called smart exactly for the reason that with smart is much better than it was before. To make something smart or intelligent, we need to make an investment into it. Therefore, I was highly interested to hear how the state could help. Where do we have the law about public-private partnership that could be functional? Where is it that we have any early elements of state request for scientifically developed products? It's prohibited in our country to establish state targeted programs because they're afraid that these targeted programs can take them up and higher. Until the state begins to demonstrate, not just pay lip service, but undertake some realistic steps, you can write a dozen various roadmaps, you can wave them like a flag in the air, and you can show them to EU representatives, but a map is for someone to walk along this map. Unless we walk along this map, no one's going to cover this way. That's exactly what I was meaning to say. Thank you, Ms. Marina. Now we have a question for Ms. Christina. how are intellectual property rights protected when we speak about the principle of the implementation of open access? Ms. Christina, are you with us?
Yes, certainly. Well, it depends on the situation, because sometimes we have situations when there is the contract research. So in that case, we also protect the background knowledge only. But if the project is done with the company, and it also has certain knowledge which is necessary to implement the project, then it's also about the contract between the parties. So it's also about sitting together and also negotiating. But the open access means that universities open their labs in terms that businesses can also use those equipment for their own needs, even though these services can be provided with the knowledge of researchers. And sometimes it's also about only technical knowledge, that how to use the equipment, for example, etc. So IP is also one of the core issues that is covered within the discussion with the companies or the contractors that come to university for R&D services, or for equipment or lease of equipment for certain time. It's just the contract and the discussion that should be proceeded, and what should be the core also issue. Over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Christina. We also had a question to Mr. Manuel. Given the fact that Mr. Manuel, from the very beginning of our session today, shared with us, we have a question about the outputs of implementing smart specialization priorities in Lisbon, Portugal in general. Because the EFA strategy was commenced in 2014, now it is the year 2020, so you probably can already see some alterations and changes that have taken place due to these 6 years of implementing the priorities of smart specialization. And now you're reviewing your strategy, S3 strategy. Probably you can comment about what has changed, which priorities still remain. Maybe the new priorities have come up. Maybe you understood what didn't work, what's going to work better. Could you share, please, your experience in this regard?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. I think there are a number of lessons over these past few years, and maybe I can separate lessons that are coming from the way in which we organize the process, and lessons that are related to what you are asking about the concrete outputs. So let's perhaps talk a little bit about the lessons on what we learned about the process. And what I think that here in Portugal we are getting at is that we get a lot more involvement of the actors in the process. So whereas in the past, it was more difficult to get universities together with the companies and then the regional governments, with the research and technology centers, industrial associations, and so on and so forth. Now, because of the smart specialization process, it's becoming easier to get the actors together to discuss particular aspects of the strategy. Also, I think one thing that is also being referred by the other speakers is that we need to make smart specialization as an evidence-based, place-based strategy. And this for Portugal has been very important. So during this first process, we learned that we have to use a lot more of evidences in which to base the strategy. So unlike sometimes what we hear about the importance of having a big vision or expert input about the strategy should be this, the strategy should be that, okay, yes, but we need to ground the strategy into indicators, into evidence, and to bring that knowledge into the process. So if you ask me about what could be the most important lessons about the process is I think it's these two lessons. But the output, I would be a bit more critical, because I think it happened in a lot of regions in Europe, not just in Portugal, but the output came out as a smart specialization composed of too large domains. And I think this happens because there is a difficulty in making choices, in making a long-term compromise by the areas that you really want to be best at or to be very good at. And you know, but because the European Commission has made the smart specialization as an ex-ante condition to access for funding, I think it was also kind of a defense strategy, in the sense that if you choose a lot of areas, a lot of domains, you are in a sense signaling to European Commission that you want to support a lot of things, a lot of projects in a lot of areas, and you don't want to drop anything out of the funding process. Yes, I think that is not what the smart specialization is all about. The specialization requires you to focus, requires you to make difficult choices. And some areas would not get funded. I mean, it's a prioritization process. And once you choose a priority, I mean, there are other areas that are not going to be that much supported or are not going to be supported. And I think in Portugal, we had difficulties in dealing with this, and we arrived at too many different areas. But as I said, I mean, I think the overall result is positive. It's a learning experience on how to change the mindset of how to do strategies. And for example, one thing that I think it's maybe common between our situation and the situation here in the Balkan countries is like we are learning that sometimes the strategy doesn't have to be that much close to science. Okay, there's a lot of innovation that doesn't need research inputs and doesn't need science. And we are learning on how to deal with that. For example, as you probably know, Portugal is a country that lives a lot on tourism. And we need to use inputs from technology and science for our upgrading of tourism. That doesn't really necessarily links to big science challenges or societal challenges. Sometimes it's more mundane and more simple stuff that the private sector knows how to do. But again, and let me just finish by saying that I think it all depends on your institutional setting in your country. Here in Portugal, I think we already have a situation where the private sector surpasses in research the public sector. So this, I think it's maybe the opposite of your countries. I don't know in detail, but I would imagine that your countries is exactly the other way around. So the public sector in the universities majority do most of the research in the country. But if you have the other situation, you really have to learn how to let go. And it's about private sector defining the strategy and let them say what they really need so that the universities and the public sector research can support them. I hope I was clear. And thank you again for the question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Manuel. I would also like to give the floor to our speakers of this panel to conclude. Just a couple of words from each of you, if there is anything to add to what was mentioned by your colleagues. Because we had lots of speakers, so now the process is a bit of ongoing. I'm sure that some of you have certain additional opinions which you haven't expressed and which we are ready to share with us. So please, Mr. Manfred, Dr. Manfred, or Professor Ivanka.
Well, if it's okay, I would like to add a few things. That, of course, what was mentioned now in the final part of the discussion, this is really a situation where some tough choices are made, and they need to be made by the government, not by academia, regarding what will be the research focus at the national level. That doesn't mean that research in other areas will be excluded. It means just that there will be preferential funding for this, and that does not prevent researchers whose focus is somewhat different um, to try to apply for other sources of funding. It's very important to say that a country, by setting its priorities in a smart specialization strategy, is not giving up research in all areas where there is an interest and a success. I think it's very important to understand this point. I also think some of the aspects that are related to intellectual property need to be made more clear to the academic community. And this is a very important point, that there needs to be awareness raising within the academic community, which is sometimes a little bit reserved for these various aspects. So the point of awareness raising, I think, is very, very important, because when we talk about entrepreneurship and training students in entrepreneurship and promoting entrepreneurship among academic staff, we very easily fall into, I think, a misunderstanding, because we need to create a population that understands an entrepreneurial mentality. That doesn't mean that everyone will become an entrepreneur, because you need to have a particular mentality and mental frame to be an entrepreneur, but you need to understand why entrepreneurship is important and why it needs to be supported. So when we talk about training for students in entrepreneurship, that doesn't necessarily mean that we expect them to open up a business. We just need to have them understand what's going on. And in this respect, the various educational functions that universities have to take on to prepare future generations, future citizens on how of the advantages of an economy that will follow various initiatives or strategies can be implemented. So in this respect, the academic community has truly its hands full with implementing not only smart specialization strategy, but other documents. And this needs to be incorporated into university documents. And therefore, when we talk about this governmental support for this, it's more of an understanding on what direction the education in terms of soft skills needs to go, because the students have their main profession, which they are studying at university, but then there's the whole aspect of soft skills that need to be highlighted during their study program. So I think that is one point I wanted to make, and one point that I think is very important in countries with limited resources. Those students and researchers that have the energy to move in the direction of innovation and commercialization of their scientific results very easily get discouraged, because they think they have to take on the role not only of researcher but business person, to do it all alone, and they're reluctant to give up the business side to somebody else. So this also needs to be discussed and explained to people why they cannot function in all aspects of a business venture. And there is this pre-incubation valley of death that is not so much mentioned in Western countries, where there are available supports for this part of the research or the commercialization, where in countries with more modest means, this pre-incubation valley of death, where a researcher is the need of a few thousand euros, is a really significant issue and problem. And I think when developing a smart specialization strategy, this aspect of providing funding for this pre-incubation phase could be very beneficial to support and motivate researchers to move forward. So maybe talking a little bit generally and maybe finally with a very specific tip, I really think that one can draw on the experiences of other countries, but ultimately a successful smart specialization strategy can only be successful if you fully incorporate the specific national context to make it a successful strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ivanka. Mr. Manfred, maybe you can add a couple of words to conclude?
Yes, well, coming from a private research institute, I found these examples from the university colleagues extremely interesting and inspiring. Yeah, so it's fascinating how Vilnius University has developed with in the last years and what has been achieved. That's really impressive. And the interesting message and important message that I took from Manuel Larraña is that well, it's about making difficult decisions. You have to focus. That's really an important issue, especially in countries with limited resources, as we see it in Ukraine. So you will have to focus the limited resources on a limited set of priorities. So that's really a very important message on a limited set of tools for implementing the smart specialization strategy. You can always expand if there are more opportunities, if there are donors popping up with new ideas, but the, the difficult decisions taking, that's really an important issue. Yeah, and one last issue that I took from the colleagues is also this entrepreneurial education, this innovation culture, allowing for failure. Yeah, I think that's in many of our countries not so common. Huh? That failure is allowed if you are starting up a business. Yeah, it happens. Huh? It's a risk. And this risk we should be aware also on the policy making side that this is a risky business and that failure is very probable even. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Mhm.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. I think we'll finalize our last session now. Thank you, Professor Ivanka, Dr. Manfred, Ms. Marina, Dr. Manuel, Ms. Christina, for your investments. And also we thank Julia, who unfortunately is not in contact with us anymore, for her investment from the Ministry of Education and Science. Thank you that you joined our session, and your thoughts were rather important for us just to see where we have those gaps, which drawbacks or innovative methods we can have to implement smart specialization in different regions of the European Union. So thank you for your practical cases. It's rather important to see, because during the first panel discussion we said that there is not a single region in Ukraine which has already begun the implementation of the strategy of smart specialization. But in fact, we have the European areas which we can focus upon and understand where we have those gaps, what we lack and what we should strive for. So now I'd like to come to the conclusion and closing remarks of our conference. I'd like to remind you that yesterday we were speaking about with the representatives of the European Commission, we had representatives of DG REGIO, we had representatives of the Joint Research Center with whom we discussed new opportunities, advantages and challenges which we will face during the next period when we develop the priorities of smart specialization. And also yesterday we spoke about the importance of the synchronization of the national level between ministries. And today we spoke with several regions which are developing the priorities of smart specialization and are at a very different level, but we are still awaiting for one region of Ukraine, which will definitely become the first in 2021. And we will have the best practices in our regions. And also our special topic, which was dedicated to smart specialization and importance of science and education in smart specialization, how the universities and scientific research institutions can strengthen the implementation and achievement of the priorities of smart specialization. And here is a very important issue. The methodology witnesses about that. And the guidelines of smart specialization mention that while smart specialization, the priorities of smart specialization are interesting for everyone, it will go on, it will move on. It's important to find those intersection points between the universities, businesses, scientists, academics, and the power or authorities who could support that at the institutional level, and also the civil society who will become consumers of this process. Also, we'd like to drive your attention that our broadcast, live broadcast, will be as a record posted at our Facebook page of the Ukrainian Institute for International Politics. The comments are also open for the discussion. We will try to answer your questions, which we didn't have enough time to answer during our sessions. We saw there are lots of them, and we are really grateful to you that you are actively taking part in the process. It witnesses that this is an ongoing process, that you are interested to take part in it, that will be useful for everybody if you take part in it and share your experience in this sphere. And also, I'd like to express our gratitude to our interpreters who were working with us for 2 days, who in fact allowed us to hear our colleagues from the European Union countries and also allowed them to hear us. And I'd like to thank the team of Ukrstream for their technical support during those 2 days. It was really a challenge for us as the Ukrainian Institute for International Politics. This was the first time when we organized this event. So we are really thankful for the comments and the criticizing. And also we do hope that next year we will conduct a similar conference in a usual mode, offline, and we will be really thankful for your feedback, what you didn't like, what we didn't cover, maybe some of the priorities or topics. You can write down about that in the comments. Thank you so much, and goodbye.